सब अपनी पोजीशन ले लीजिए, ड्राई रन कर रहे हैं। म्यूजिक डाउन कर दो। आएंगे, अभी आ रहे हैं, अभी आ रहे हैं, मैं दूंगा, मुझसे लेना बाहर से मैं दूंगा, क्रू के अलग है। सब अपनी पोजीशन ले लीजिए, ड्राई रन कर रहे हैं। जिमी, हाँ सर, अब बोल दिया मैंने, अभी आने वाला है, आप भी आपको देगा। और भी म्यूजिक है क्या? ये तो ये कॉपी कर लो दादा। ये अवार्ड कहाँ से प्ले करवाना ये बताओ। हमारी प्लेट्स पे तो है ही, लेकिन जब अवार्ड मिले ये तो ठीक है, ऊपर का काट दो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, गोले को। जिमी फाइनल फ्रेम देना, फाइनल फ्रेम दो। ओपनिंग, ओपनिंग कहाँ से दे रहे हो आप? ओपनिंग दिखाओ मुझे। हाँ करो, चार्ज करो। चलो चलो चलो, एंकर पर आओ, एंकर पर। ठीक है, ठीक है, वापस आओ। हाँ ट्रॉफी पर करिए, और करो, और ले जाओ, और ले जाओ। जीनियस के लोगों से करा था। थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट चले जाओ, हल्के सा, बस। अब सर ठीक लग रहा है, ये फ्रेम लॉक कर दीजिए। जब एंकर यहाँ पर रहेगा तब ये वाला पीछे ग्राफिक्स रहेगा। जब एंकर यहाँ से नहीं होगा या कोई डिस्कशन चल रहा होगा तो हमारा जो नॉर्मल ग्राफिक्स जो आपने आप डाला है वो रहेगा। सॉर्टेड है? ठीक है। जब ओपनिंग थोड़ी फास्ट रखो, इसे स्लो चल रहा है अभी। हाँ नहीं, ओपनिंग खाली खाली, जब ओपनिंग पे जा रहे हो आप वापस आओ, वापस आओ, बैक जाओ। हाँ वापस। हाँ हाँ, पुल आउट करना दादा, पुल आउट करो, सामने लोगों पे जाओ, वहां से पुल आउट करो। आगे जाना है, आगे आर्म को आगे करो। चलो चलो, और थोड़ा स्पीड पकड़ो। हाँ ये वाला नहीं, वो वाला ऊपर ऊपर सेंटर में जो मेन, हाँ एलईडी वाला। और आगे चलो, और आगे, हाँ पुल आउट करो यहाँ से, चलो ये पूरा लेयर आराम से। स्पीड ये रहनी चाहिए आपकी, जब ओपनिंग और क्लोजिंग या ब्रेक पर जा रहे हो ना, तब आपकी स्पीड ये रहेगी। ये बहुत बहुत फास्ट है भाई, थोड़ा स्लो। अब मेरे ख्याल से गोला छोड़ दो। हाँ, सर मुझे लगता है ये डिस्कशन में डाल दें कि तो ज़्यादा ठीक रहेगा, ओपनिंग नहीं करते इससे। ओपनिंग वो अपना पुल इन पुल आउट ही करेंगे, वो ज़्यादा बेटर है, उसमें पूरा फील आएगा ऑडियंस के साथ। उठाओ इस, जी ओके, हाँ ठीक है। अभी नीचे आ जाओ। म्यूजिक डाउन, स्लो करिए म्यूजिक। वही चीज रह गई है। कॉफी टेबल ये है, कौन सी चाहिए बताओ? ये है, ग्लास वाली आती है छोटी यार। अभी अभी मैं स्पीकर से करता हूँ, माइक से, ठीक है? आप नॉर्मल ओपनिंग करो और ओपनिंग से बोलते हैं किससे। आखिर नाम है, आखिर। पोजीशन ले लीजिए, कैमरा ड्राई रन कर रहे हैं, पोजीशन लीजिए।
ओके,
अभी नहीं, अभी
सब अपने लोग हैं ना, कोई सब टीम जी है।
फ्रेम चेंज करो।
ओके, चेक। दोस्त कंसोल पे कौन है? साउंड पे कृष्णा थोड़ा हाई पास फिल्टर देंगे 100 हर्ट्ज पे। चेक चेक टेस्ट। गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड आफ्टरनून, चेक वन, चेक वन। मेरा क्लोज मास्टर क्या है, कुछ बता दो प्लीज। ये क्लोज है, टेस्ट।
देता हूँ मैं, क्लोज देता हूँ आपको, रुको। आप देखिए नीचे प्लाज्मा में दिख रहा है आपको क्लोज?
हाँ दिख रहा है,
दिख रहा है ना?
अच्छा आ रहा है,
ठीक है।
परफेक्ट। यही रखेंगे थोड़ा, आई थिंक इसको ऐसे रखती हूँ, है ना? चेक। थोड़ा सा साउंड पे भैया
बताइए।
वॉइस की हस्कीनेस कम करके शार्प कर दो कि थोड़ा हल्का सा। check. Better, better,
बेटर है.
better, है ना? Check.
Perfect, perfect.
Great. Start करें?
Yes, please. One second. Well complete.
So this is happening, Krishna, and then I'll walk in after this.
Height.
Good afternoon,
Heights.
ladies. ठीक है? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very warm welcome to all of you to the season 2 of Edufuture Excellence Awards presented by Amrita University and co-powered by Intel. I think I should look there. Huh?
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here with us this afternoon. At a time when online hybrid education, blah, 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 happening, recognizing exceptional work in education, we would like to at this juncture thank our partners, our special partner, Purple Microport, recharge partner, Paytm, mobile partner, Infinix, digital distribution partner, Daily Hunt. Now may I take the opportunity to invite Miss Nidhi's full name. Hi Nidhi. You look lovely. So I'll just. क्या catch है भाई? So Miss Nidhi Chaturvedi. Okay. May I now take the opportunity to invite on stage Miss Nidhi Chaturvedi to begin the proceedings.
Music. देखते हैं यार ड्राइविंग करा लूँ उसमें उसको मैं करता हूँ किसी बार. Sit down.
Hello, hello, hello. Am I audible? Fine.
Yes, you are audible.
A very good afternoon to all dignitaries here, guests, and beautiful audience that we all have here. So, with great joy and immense pleasure, I would like to welcome all these people who have come over here. And it's an absolute honor for me to welcome you all under this one roof and to start this Edufuture Excellence Awards. And first of all, I would like to extend a special welcome to our chief guest, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji. Namaskar, sir. Suswagatam. He is Minister of Education and Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. As a guest of honor, we have Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe. Suswagatam, sir. And in jury we have, in our esteemed jury we have, Himanshu Rai, Director IIM Indore. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I just finished this. Yes. I'm not taking the whole thing. I'm just taking the little of it. Acha, okay. I'll make it like this. Up, please just. Because this is like a little, Hello, is it okay now? It shouldn't be like this.
audio
I
okay?
think it has to be.
Audio.
Is it okay? This
Okay, okay.
distance is fine?
हाँ जी.
So I think we are done. Is it okay now?
भाई म्यूजिक उठाओ म्यूजिक उठाओ. Break down.
Jyoti? Thank you so much, Ms. Nidhi Chaturvedi. Thank you so much. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, may I request our dignitaries to please come forward to light the lamp of knowledge.
Light lamp. Music. तुमको ये शुरू करके रखना है। Okay.
I'm just going to read out the names of the dignitaries. Tell me if it's correct. Huh? Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Cabinet Minister for Education and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman AICTE. Ms. Sandhya Avasthi, Principal DPS Greater Noida. Shri Sridhar Mishra, Chief Revenue Officer, Zee Digital. Mr. Sushant Mohan, Digital Editor, Zee Media. Ms. Pooja Sethi, Group Editor, India.com Private Limited. Dr. Arvind Prasad, former Director Journal, FICCI. Dr. Himanshu Rai, Director IIM Indore. Sanjeev Sanghi, Head of Applied Mechanics Department, IIT Delhi. Yeah? Okay?
Okay, perfect.
These are the dignitaries. Done. उसके
Okay,
बाद
next.
डिग्नेटरीज आए यहाँ से चढ़ के उन्होंने वहाँ पे लैम्प लाइटिंग किया. Who is bringing the candles, matchsticks?
वो है.
Aligned
already.
है?
Aligned already.
Okay. After that, thank you so much, our dignitaries, for lighting the lamp of knowledge and beginning this afternoon on an auspicious.
Graphics.
Thank you so much, Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe. Can we request Mr. Sushant Mohan, Digital Editor, Zee Media, to kindly felicitate Professor Sahasrabuddhe or Buddhe? You can let me know. So Mr. Sushant comes, hands over the memento, both of them leave.
Perfect. Next.
Buddhi hai na? It cannot be Buddhi.
Welcome, Sanjeev ji. Sanjeev ji, good morning. Sanjeev ji, good morning.
At this juncture, we would like to thank our partners, presenting partner, co-powered by special partner, recharge partner, mobile partner, and distribution partner. We now take the opportunity to invite our chief guest, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Cabinet Minister for Education and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please welcome our chief guest with a loud round of applause. May I request Mr. Sushant Mohan, digital editor, Zee Media, to kindly accompany our chief guest and take the conversation forward. Krishna, um, कैसे करेंगे उसके बाद? Okay. Krishna, come now. We'll just sit on this. Come now. Okay?
Yes, next.
There's a slight change, so I'll go according to that.
आप आ जाओ नीचे. आप वो राइजर पे कंफर्टेबल हो? कंफर्टेबल हो ना? ठीक. राइजर ऐसे ही रहेगा. राइजर नहीं हटेगा.
देखो सर. हाँ ठीक है.
hello, hello.
Hi, good afternoon. We'll start in 5 minutes. Can everybody please settle down? Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. Can everybody please settle down? I'm requesting everyone to please settle down. We'll be starting in next 5 minutes. Requesting everyone to please settle down. We are starting. request everyone to keep their phones on silent, please. We are starting. Phones on silent, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here with us this afternoon. A very warm welcome. From now, in about 5 minutes, please stay with us as we begin applauding and recognizing the efforts of all of you who are present here in the room. Once again, a very, very good afternoon to all of you. We shall commence in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
afternoon. We are starting. Can everybody please settle down? Starting now. Requesting everyone to please keep their cell phones on silent. We're starting.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You know, Nelson Mandela rightly said that education is the most powerful tool one can use to change the world. And at a time when hybrid and online education have become the new normal, all of you change makers sitting in the hall today, we are here to award, reward, recognize, applaud, and appreciate your hard work and your going that extra mile to make a difference in the world. Thank you so much, all the educationists in the room, for your contribution to the society. We at Edufuture Excellence Awards thank each one of you for your presence. I'm Sonam C. Chabra, and I'm your host, and we welcome you to Season 2 of Amrita University presents Edufuture Excellence Awards, powered by Intel. Thank you so much for joining us. Can we please welcome and begin with a round of applause? And like I mentioned, at a time when online and hybrid education have become the new normal, along with the successful implementation of NEP by our Government of India, the Season 2 of these awards takes the legacy forward.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार, सुस्वागतम। मेरा बहुत ही खास है, इतने खास मेहमानों के साथ उनके बीच मुझे आने का मौका मिला। So very good afternoon, everyone here, to all the dignitaries, guests, beautiful audience over here, and it's a great pleasure and a great joy for me also to be with you under this one roof. So let me start. It's an actually absolute honor to be with Sahasrabudhe sir, Himanshu Rai ji, and all the dignitaries that we have under one roof. So I would like to extend a special welcome. He'll be joining very, very soon. Our chief guest, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, he'll be here shortly. Minister of Education and Minister of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship, उनका स्वागत किया जाएगा तहे दिल से. And moving ahead, our guest of honor, Namaskar sir, very, very warm welcome, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe ji. सुस्वागतम sir आपका, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका sir. And in our esteemed jury we have Dr. Himanshu Rai. Namaskar sir, very warm welcome, सुस्वागतम. He is Director IIM Indore. तो ये भी एक बहुत अच्छा मौका है हमारे लिए उनके साथ इस वक्त मौजूद रहने का. We have Shri Arvind Prasad ji, former Director General FICCI. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सर आपका. नमस्कार sir. A very warm welcome to DP Kothari, Honorable Professor है VNITK, but due to some issues he's not here. He hasn't come over here. And Nagma Malik, we have our esteemed jury member. She hasn't come here, could not join us because she's based in Poland, Ambassador of India from Poland. We have Sanjeev Sanghi ji, Head of Applied Mechanics Department, IIT Delhi. He'll be joining very soon. जब तक वो आए उससे पहले उनका स्वागत हो जाए तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ. And Lieutenant General Eau Claire, erstwhile Army Commander, will be joining shortly. So before I start, it's a great honor again and again, I would like to say that. And I should thank each and every one of you who have come over here, take their time out to be with us under this one roof. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, Zee Digital presents the season 2 of Edufuture Excellence Awards. So these awards honoring colleges, universities, institutions for their exemplary work in the field of education. In India, we have many institutions, a lot of institutions we have here in India. And to honor these institutions, recognition adds more value to their work in the field of institutions and education. And this recognition basically adds more value to everything which they have contributed to our society. So this entire felicitation was done via one process, and that process is called Google survey process. And based on this process, Google Forms, these institutions are getting felicitated, and you all have come over here. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का यहाँ पर आने के लिए, इस बड़े मौके का हिस्सा बनने के लिए. आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार. Over to Sonal. Thank you very much. नमस्कार, धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nidhi, for that lovely welcome and setting the context of the day for all of our guests who've just joined us. Thank you so much for being here with us, and welcome once again. It gives me immense happiness to Anil Sahasrabudhe, Professor of Mechanical Engineering at Sir, with your presence. Thank you so much for being here with us. Chairman AICTE on stage.
And it's very delighting to see that we are having Edufuture Excellence Awards, which are going to be given today. Himanshuji, Arvindji, Baniji, Divyaji, all of you who are associated with as either jury or being speakers in the panel discussions later, it's going to be a feast for all of us to know about future of education. And we also had our new National Education Policy 2020 rolled out from July 29th, and we are almost near to completion of 2 years. There are different facets of that policy which have been rolled out. Some regulations have come, some others are in the pipeline. But meanwhile, this policy came in, but just before that, there was a pandemic, and the pandemic created real havoc in our lives, and therefore, the entire education, which came to a grinding halt in terms of face-to-face mode of education, graduated into a different mode of learning, that's on online learning, digital learning. Not that digital learning did not exist prior to pandemic, not that digital education did not exist, but the quantum of that had to increase leaps and bounds, and almost everyone was touched by that, right from school education, high school education, college education, university education, so much so that our internships as well as research were also carried out in the online mode, and there was no choice. In the industry also, work from home was a culture which had started, but it also picked up threads, and then almost everyone had to work from home. And therefore, we have learned the use of technology in a great way. And therefore, we're talking about future of education and the new national education policy. How are they going to be related, and the excellence which is going to be created out of that, and that has to be celebrated. And I don't know who are all the winners, and we will know very soon, but my heartiest congratulations for all the colleges and universities who will be awarded today for the Future of Excellence Awards, which are going to be distributed. But coming back, learning lessons from the pandemic, what all we are able to do is in the form of what we call blended learning, flipped classrooms, have all become the order of the day. And the new national education policy also talks about all universities to graduate to become multidisciplinary. And when we are talking about future education, we should also go and delve into the past. And India was the only country which developed education to the highest possible levels, be it in the form of Gurukula system or subsequently the universities like Nalanda, Takshila's, 17 odd universities, and if there was a global ranking, if was held during that period, it would be all top 15 global universities would have been from India. But today, sometimes we lament that none of our universities appear in the top 100 or top 200. But the very basis of education began from here. And therefore, if you look into the past and see what and where we are today in the present, we will get a clear roadmap for the future. And that means we must value our own system, values of the past, Indian knowledge system, which is so powerful. And that's why both in the new national education policy as well as in the ministry, we have set up a division called Indian Knowledge System Division, Bharatiya Gnana Parampara. Also, teaching learning in our own Indian languages is also important. How do we take care of people who are living in very remote places, tribal areas, rural areas, remote areas, those who study till their 10th, 11th, 12th in their own language, and suddenly they are made to come to a college or university where everything becomes in English, उनकी तकलीफ जानना बहुत जरूरी है. तो इसलिए उनको उच्च शिक्षा भी अपनी मातृभाषा में देने के लिए क्या प्रयास हो सकते हैं उसके बारे में हमने सोचना शुरू किया. नई शिक्षा नीति में इसमें बहुत जोर दिया गया है. तो हमने तो इंजीनियरिंग की शिक्षा 12 भाषाओं में देने के लिए तैयारी की, उनकी टेक्स्ट बुक्स लिखने का प्रयास किया और हमारे बहुत सारे ट्रांसलेटर्स अवेलेबल है. गूगल भी हमारे साथ है, तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट भी साथ में है. लेकिन AICT ने अपनी तरफ से एक AI टूल डेवलप किया है जो including PDF files get converted into 12 Indian languages. And then it may be having an accuracy of about 75-80%. The rest of the job has to be done by our faculty friends in that language, and those who also know the domain knowledge. You know, we need both, the domain knowledge experts as well as those who know the language. If they come together, and such 7,000 odd faculty members from across the country have contributing to the translation and perfection in translation from the tool to the real, and then publish those books. We have done it for the first year engineering and diploma courses. Now we are doing it for the second year. As students go from first year to second year to third year, we want to be prepared so that the education is imparted in Indian languages. But this is one part. But there are many students who may still do their courses in English, but they don't understand something and fall back upon those texts which are available in our own languages, Kannada, Telugu, Tamil, Marathi, Punjabi, Gujarati, Assamese. How empowering it would be is what we have been already doing as a rollout of the National Education Policy 2020. It also talks about innovation system where our entire teaching learning process has to be innovative. And if you look at innovativeness, again I'm going into the past, if you go into the Gurukula system, to the university of the past, education for everyone cannot be the same. One cap fits for all never worked. And that's why Guru used to identify the talent of every disciple, student, and then hone that skill. That's why someone is very good in Dhanur Vidya to someone else in Gada Vidya. That's not the same. Both cannot do the same. And that's why, whereas holistic education and overall perspective is important, but specializing in certain domain depends on the attributes which an individual has been born with probably, or has interest in, and that is to be respected. And that's why teacher has a great role in terms of identifying this talent, honing that talent, mentoring that talent. And one of the important schemes which my colleague is going to speak later in the afternoon is about the Margadarshak scheme or a Margadarshan scheme where mentorship is very important, both for the students as well as for the institutions themselves as to how they can graduate, go ahead. When you are talking about future excellence, it starts from today. The work has to be started right earnest now, and it will reach to the real levels where we have our own potentials. Another area where we started working in the last 4 years is Smart India Hackathon. I would like to mention it deliberately because there are many industry partners here who keep saying that our graduates are not employable. And many times different surveys from CII, NASCOM, FICCI, they say that only 25, 30, sometimes 40% are employable. We ourselves, along with World Bank and CII and many other bodies together, conduct survey, and we find that it is around 50% as far as engineering education is concerned. In the rest of the education, it is 35, 40%. So there are other 50 to 60% of the students who graduate, they are found to be not employable. How do you take care of them? Is on one side, developing those skill sets, both hard skills as well as soft skills, life skills, communication skills. They are all important. They are being imparted from the university education. and also through some of the platforms which we have developed, which is called as NEAT, National Educational Alliance for Technologies, under which several startups, small and big, some of them multinational companies, have created AI-based products which help students in going forward in a direction of reaching the outcome which is same as for everyone else. Someone may take shorter duration for completion, someone will take longer duration depending on the AI-based tool which gives him help or her help to navigate to an area of excellence. And that product is also very, very important. There are more than 150 odd products which are onboarded where it is for communication skills, AI, IoT, machine learning, robotics, all variety of skill sets are available on that platform. And this is going on. One speciality of that is this is chargeable. It has a fee, but every 4 students who buy the product, one license is given free, and AICT distributes it to the deprived sections of the society, be it SC, ST, OBC, or economically weaker sections. The product cost may be only 5,000, 8,000, 10,000. But some of the students who come to college, they get their scholarship and therefore they are learning, they can't afford this additional 5,000. Why should they be left out? And that's why this principle of Antyodaya, which our Prime Minister often talks about, taking care of the last man, is very, very important. And that is also being undertaken by this NEAT program. We had this Smart India Hackathon I was referring to in the context of the employability. CI and NASSCOM surveys say only 40-50%. But when these problems are given to students, challenging problems from government departments, from different industries, from small and medium scale industries, even societal problems, educational institution problems, we found that second, third year undergrad students of engineering, architecture, pharmacy give out-of-the-box solutions to those problems which are not solved by even large-scale big companies. And some of these solutions are come out in 36 hours in a hackathon, and some of them in the hardware hackathon of 1 week duration. And many of these organizations have adopted them as solutions and implemented them. I'll give 1 or 2 classical examples of organizations like ISRO with huge scientific base which they have. They had to depend on some of the students' problem solving, which is at second year, third year level. Same is with DRDO, Ministry of Railways. They have all adopted some of the solutions given. Some industries have also adopted some of the solutions. Some students have created their own startups out of this, creating jobs rather than seeking jobs. And almost everyone who participates in hackathon, we found that they got 3 to 4 jobs. That means there is huge potential amongst our youth. We were not making use of it. So how do we channelize the energies of the students? And many a times we found that students, when they come to class, they know better than some of the faculty members. And that's why training of our faculty members is also very important, relevant. And the National Education Policy lays huge emphasis on teacher training. And that's why AICT on its part in the last 2 years, during pandemic, and prior to pandemic also we were doing it, but on a small scale. Pandemic really helped us. We were having a faculty development program of 1 week duration. We were getting about 40-50 faculty to attend it, 2 or 3 experts from nearby areas, or maybe one of them maybe from little far off areas, because we had to cover the cost of travel, their stay, living, food expenses. It's very expensive, so we were having very less number of courses. But in the pandemic, initially it got halted. Then we innovated. We said we'll make use of technology, whether it is Microsoft Teams, whether it is Google Classroom, whether it is the WebEx platform, Zoom. You use whatever is possible in that location. And instead of 50 faculty, now we have 200 faculty being trained. And instead of 3 experts, now we have 7-8 experts for a 5-week duration program, drawing from as far as from Australia or Japan in the east to US and Canada in the west to middle in the Europe and many other countries. People from industry, people from academia, they all participated. And for consecutive 2 years, we have got the highest teacher training award from UK. It's a consecutively 2 years. 300,000 faculty are trained. in all emerging areas of technology, AI, IoT, machine learning, robotics, 3D printing, augmented reality, virtual reality, cyber security, quantum computing, you name it, and all of them were part of this. And 3 lakh teachers, 300,000 teachers being trained. We thank our all partners, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, each one of them have provided us whatever best possible thing. Another area which we have started is the internships. The internships which I referred to earlier in medical education, we all know that without going through internship, you cannot get license to practice. Your license comes from that. Same is the case with legal profession or architecture profession. But when it comes to rest of the domains, unfortunately, we don't have this. And therefore, engineering education without practice has no meaning. And that's how we decided to have internship mandatory for all institutions. Without that, degree will not be given. Institutions which are in the bigger cities like Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Delhi, they can easily have access to industries and can get internship. But many of the tier 2, tier 3 places do not have access to industry. Their faculty are also from similar areas. How can they get internship opportunities? And we started working with all industries, both multinationals as well as Indian companies. And I'm very delighted and happy that in the beginning we had 1 crore plus students who registered for getting internship, but we had only 10 lakh internships. Gradually we grew more and more. Last 6th June, Honorable Minister of Education from AICT announced 1 crore possibilities of getting engagements. Some of them from big companies, 50 lakh, 10 lakh, 15 lakh. And probably the way it is growing, for every student, there would be at least a couple of opportunities possible. And this is the way forward. And so last but not the least, from innovation, we want to move ahead in the domain of entrepreneurship. So if you may be innovative, so unless that innovative idea is converted into a real life product which is useful to society, we are not doing our service. And that's why educational institutions, we're all asked to do Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, go to a village, find out the challenges that there exist, and provide solutions to the problems based on what you have studied. And for awarding students, we have a Chhatra Vishwakarma Award, we have a Best Teacher Awards. See, I think motivation is also very important. Energizing these faculty is important. And teacher training, which I said, is not only the upskilling in terms of the new age technologies through which Atal Academies we have been providing, but the induction of the teachers themselves has to be also such that they will become motivated, inspired right from day one. And for teaching in schools, we all know that you require D.Ed and B.Ed, but for teaching in higher education, be it in arts college, commerce, science, engineering, management, you don't require any pedagogical training. And therefore, some of our teachers get in because sometimes they didn't get any other job. Sometimes they come with motivation, but they don't know what to do. Some of them struggle and learn, but some of them don't learn for quite some time. So we have made an 8-module mandatory faculty certification program, first time ever in the higher education sector for technical teachers. This is not there anywhere in the world. Many of the African countries, European countries are looking forward for our modules to look at. Right from curriculum revision to examination reforms to handling of technology, all of that is embedded in these 8 modules, which is almost equivalent to each one of them 3-credit course. So it is a 1 semester long if you do it full time. Otherwise, you may spread it over 2 or 3 semesters. And unless you do it, you don't get regularized. You will not become a permanent regular faculty. I think these are very transformative changes which have come just prior to some of them. National education policy came in, some of them post-policy. But the entire thing is to empower our students to make our country a great country, again becoming Vishwaguru, Atmanirbhar Bharat, all of that what we say can come only through education. What Nelson Mandela said was said already. So our country is also in the process of great transformation. I'm sure all the faculty leaders in education who are here, they will all contribute effectively for full implementation of this policy which has been appreciated not only in India but all across the globe. And let us make it happen. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Professor Sahasrabudhe. Thank you so very much for your insights and that enlightening talk. We're honored with your presence. May we request you, sir, to please come back on stage. We have a small token of appreciation for your presence. Can I request Mr. Sushant Mohan, digital editor, Zee Media, to please come forward and present this memento to Professor Sahasrabudhe for his presence. Many thanks to our guest of honor for his presence. That's Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman AICTE. Thank you, sir. Moving on to our panel discussion, I think discussion paves the way for future. So time for some enlightening insights and conversations. Moving on to our first panel of the day. Before that, may I take the opportunity to thank our partners, our presenting partner, Amrita University. We are co-powered by Intel, our special partner, Purple Microport, our recharge partner, Paytm, our mobile partner, Infinix, and our digital distribution partner, Daily Hunt. We're now all set for the first panel discussion of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, gives me immense happiness to invite our speakers, our esteemed set of panelists on stage. Please give it up for Bani Penthal Dhawan, Head of Education, India and South Asia, Google Cloud India Private Limited. Everybody, Miss Bani on stage for you. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Himanshu Rai, Director, IIM Indore. Can we welcome Mr. Himanshu with a big round of applause? Ms. Divya Arora, ex-National Director, AFS Intercultural Program, India. Big round of applause for Ms. Divya Arora. And the session shall be moderated by Mr. Sushant Mohan, Digital Editor, Zee Media. Excited to hear this conversation.
Hello, check, 1, 2, 3. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for your time. And आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप लोग यहाँ पर आए, अपना समय दिया और आप लोग हमारे साथ यहाँ सुबह से बने हुए हैं, तो उसके लिए एक बार एक जोरदार ताली आप लोग अपने लिए भी अगर बजा लें बहुत बेहतर होगा. So again, welcome. मैं बहुत ही नर्वस था जब मैं सुबह यहाँ पर आया और मुझे लगा कि ये जो कॉन्वर्सेशन हमें करनी है क्या है कि पढ़ाई के बारे में बातें और पढ़ाई के बारे में बातें यूजुअली जब हम जी न्यूज़ पे डिबेट करते हैं और बहस करते हैं तो वहाँ पे पढ़ाई छोड़ के सारी बातें होती हैं. But I'm glad that I'm getting this opportunity and we are going to discuss this. Edufuture Excellence Awards हमारी एक कोशिश है उन सभी प्रयासों को, उन सभी कोशिशों को रिकग्निशन देने की जिनमें आपकी, हमारी, अभिभावकों की, स्टूडेंट्स की मेहनत लगती है और एक बहुत बड़ी टीम ने इसे अंजाम दिया है. यहाँ पर वो पूरी टीम बैठी है. आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप हमें यहाँ लेकर आए. जोरदार तालियां एक बार उस टीम के लिए जिन्होंने इसे संभव बनाया. मैं यहीं से शुरू करता हूँ क्योंकि कहते हैं कि गूगल सब जानता है और जब आप हमारे साथ यहाँ पर बैठी हैं बानी, गूगल क्लाउड की अगर हम बात करें और अगर हम बात करें कि हमें इंडिया को ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स पर लेकर जाना है, आजकल सारी दुनिया वर्चुअल पढ़ाई की तरफ जा रही है. मैं जब आप लोगों के प्रोफाइल देख रहा था, आदत होती है पहले आने से पहले देखने की, तो वो भी मैंने वर्चुअली देखे. आप किस तरह से देखते हैं कि इंडिया एक ग्लोबल हब बन रहा है? इंडिया के जो एजुकेशन स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं वो ऊपर आ रहे हैं. क्या आप ये देखते हैं जब आप गूगल के तौर पे देखते हैं, जब आप एक कंपनी के तौर पे देखते हैं और एक इंडिविजुअल के तौर पे देखते हैं?
Thank you for having me here. Bilkul. Not only now, I think it's very obvious that India has been in the forefront of a lot of innovation. If you look inside Google, you will find a lot of Indian origin folks, including our CEO, Sundar Pichai. So obviously we are proud of our heritage and where we come from and where we have and what we've achieved. Having said that, मुझे यही लगता है कि कोविड एक हमें अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रहे हैं या दे रहा है जहाँ पे हम अपने आप को रीइमेजिन कर सकते हैं एंड किस हद तक हम रीइमेजिन कर सकते हैं कि कैसे हम इक्विटी भी कर सकें, इक्विटेबल लर्निंग एक्सेस भी प्रोवाइड कर सकें और क्वालिटी लर्निंग प्रोवाइड कर सकें, उसको अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रहा है कि ओल्ड थॉट्स को चेंज करके न्यू थॉट्स इंट्रोड्यूस किए जाए डिजिटल के माध्यम से या फिर what we are used to in terms of upgrading our curriculum, what we are trying to do in terms of NEP, the blended learning approach, etc. So I think what we need to focus on is, let's make the best of this opportunity to not only rethink, reimagine, but innovate. Future is here. It's not about, looking into the future. Future is here, and it has been expedited by almost 5 years in terms of computing. So whatever we experience going forward is going to be very, very disruptive, very, very innovative, and we need to be in the forefront for that.
I'll come to the innovative and innovation part later in this conversation because that's where I have my few questions also. Manshu ji, जब हम बात करते हैं innovations की और हम बात करते हैं future is here, क्या आप भी ये मानते हैं future is here and Indian education का जो टॉप है, पीक है, वो यहाँ पर है?
So not just the future is here is coming out from our country, but the rest of the world is saying that. So I'll give you two very quick examples. 3 weeks back, I was at the University of Denver. I was giving the keynote at their internationalization week. और वहाँ पे जो सबसे पहली बात उन्होंने बोली, उन्होंने ये बोला कि इंडिया को पहले हम लोग सिर्फ एक मार्केट की तरह देखते थे, लेकिन अब हम इंडिया को एक रिसोर्स की तरह देख रहे हैं. So not just consumers, but they are looking at India for talent. And what they said, अभी अंग्रेजी की भी बात हो रही थी. I don't know how many of you know this statistic, but India has the highest English-speaking population in the world. And that, of course, is because we speak a lot of languages, so on and so forth. And therefore, पूरा विश्व अभी ये बोल रहा है कि हम इंडिया को एज अ रिसोर्स देख रहे हैं, हमको यहाँ से टैलेंट लेकर के जाना है. सो ये पहला. दूसरा, अभी एक हायर एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन की मीटिंग हुई थी वॉशिंगटन डीसी में अपना एम्बेसी ऑफ इंडिया के साथ, और वहाँ पे जो यूएस यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं उसके कम से कम 15 प्रेसिडेंट्स आए थे, प्रेसिडेंट्स ऑफ डिफरेंट यूएस यूनिवर्सिटीज़, ऑल ऑफ देम ऑफ इंडियन ओरिजिन. एंड वंस अगेन दे सेड दैट द फ्यूचर इज हियर. अभी जो भी होगा आगे वो इंडिया से होगा, और हम लोग हमेशा ये सोचते हैं कि ग्लोबल प्रैक्टिसेस में हमको बाहर से सीखना है. अभी ग्लोबल प्रैक्टिसेस लोग हमारे से सीखने आ रहे हैं. दो चीज़ों का मैं बहुत क्विक एग्जांपल दूंगा. नंबर 1, फ्रूगल इनोवेशन, जिसको हमारे यहाँ थोड़ा हे दृष्टि से देख करके हम लोग जुगाड़ बोलते हैं, पूरी दुनिया भी बोल रही है कि इट्स फ्रूगल इनोवेशन, और हमको ये फ्रूगल इनोवेशन भी सीखना है भारत में आकर के. That is the first thing that they talk about. And the second thing that they talk about, that, I gave them a statistic that India has 833 million people who live in rural areas. 833 million people. Just wrap your heads around that. Why? Because that is more than the population of the United States and Europe combined. And what they are saying is कि बहुत सारा जो frugal innovation होता है, जो grassroots innovation होता है, वो यहाँ से आता है, इंडिया के गांवों से उठ के आता है. एंड देयरफॉर मैंने उनको ये बोला है कि आगे से मैं स्टडी इन इंडिया की बात नहीं करूंगा आपके सामने, आगे से मैं बात करूंगा स्टडी इंडिया. आप हमको पढ़िए, और जब आप हमको पढ़ेंगे तो आपको भी हमारे विषय में अधिक समझ में आएगा, और हमको भी अच्छा समझ में आएगा कि आप हमें कैसे देखते हैं. सो क्लियरली द फ्यूचर इज हियर.
आपने बड़ा अच्छा टर्म दे दिया, फ्रूगल, क्योंकि
फ्रूगल इनोवेशन,
फ्रूगल इनोवेशन की जब बात हुई तो वो जुगाड़ ऑटोमेटिकली हो जाता है. और आपने कहा कि हमारे भारत में जिस तरह से लोग आ रहे हैं, ये बड़ी डिफिकल्ट बात होती है. मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल, व्हेन वी वर आस्किंग देम फॉर द क्वेश्चंस एंड वी वर गिविंग देम द गूगल फॉर्म्स टू कम अप विद देयर क्वेश्चंस एंड द थिंग्स फॉर आवर जूरी, एक ही चीज़ सामने आ रही थी कि लोगों को अपनी भाषा में सीखना है. मैं बहुत खुश हुआ था जब सर ने कहा कि हम PDF को अब कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं 12 भाषाओं में. क्या ये चैलेंज नहीं होता है, दिव्या जी अगर आप बताएं, क्या ये चैलेंज नहीं होता है कि हमारे देश में इतनी सारी भाषाएं हैं, तो इंग्लिश भले ही बोलने वाले ज़्यादा हैं, पर उनको बड़ी डिफिकल्टी होती है आगे आने में.
I think the difficulty is more presence of mind. आपको लगता है difficult है. अगर आप चाहो आप कुछ भी कर सकते हो. And I think Anil sir started very nicely when he said that education जो इंडिया ने base बनाया है.
जी.
You know, अब हम innovation करके इतने ऊपर आए हैं. We were one of the beginners who started the education system.
जी.
So I think definitely we need the resources
जी.
that can help us. And I think one concept that I really like nowadays, जो हम at least AFS में बहुत use कर रहे हैं, is collaboration and not competition. You know, that's very, very important. पहले हम non-government organization है, तो ये हमारा काम है, government organization का ये काम है, corporate का ये है. But now if we can really combine our resources, like what again, I'll go back to what Sir was saying, you know, there's so many innovations, so many projects that have started. But very few people are really aware of it. और अगर हम वहाँ तक पहुँच सकते हैं, and I coming from a organization जो mainstream है, I would say academics में नहीं है, but value added है. I would say is today we have to pay a lot of attention to the value added. We have to. अगर हम rural की बात कर रहे थे, sir जैसे बोल रहे थे, इतनी population है, but there are so many examples जिनको English नहीं आती है और बहुत weak English है, but given an opportunity in our own organization, where they have gone on scholarships and done brilliantly. You know, that confidence has to be given. I know I've worked in a school, गांधीनगर के पास एक गांव है, वहाँ की principal के साथ हमने काम किया 2 साल. उनका school government school है, but the innovation she did was हर एक जैसे ये steps हैं या ये walls हैं, उन्होंने छोटे-छोटे उन्होंने ideas लिखे हुए हैं. I can do it. I am positive. You know, some very simple English, which the students जब वो सीढ़ियाँ चढ़ रहे हैं या भाग रहे हैं या खेल रहे हैं, वो inspire हो रहे हैं. So I think those are very, very important things, and we should definitely equip the students to become more confident and be exposed to all these kind of innovations.
That's a good innovation, but अब innovation की जब बात आती है, मेरे बहुत सारे साथी यहाँ पर बैठे हैं. Innovation जब पूछते हैं, हमारे bosses ऑफिस में पूछते हैं क्या innovate करोगे, तो पहले हम Google करते हैं, उसके बाद innovate करते हैं. तो जब हम Google की बात करते हैं, तो वो किस तरह के innovation है जो आप Indian education system को और उसको global standards पर ले जाने के लिए अगर हमें वहाँ लेके जाना है, तो आप वहाँ पर गूगल की तरफ से कोई ऐसा इनोवेशन या कोई ऐसी वैल्यू ऐड हो रही है पानी?
Absolutely. So at various levels, you know, we are innovating. In fact, we have engineering teams, product teams that are based out of India, business teams that are based out of India. But if I was to say foundationally, what does technology enable? I would say technology enables the platforms that are interoperable and open and are providing user choices so that innovation can happen. Now, we believe as Google, that's the foundation. What you make of these platforms, technology platforms, and the power these platforms provide is what is going to be innovative, and we have to keep the user in mind. So, आपने बात की कि we want to learn in our own language. अगर हमें अपने language में पढ़ना है, then we have to make tools, products that actually make each of our language speaker self-sufficient, self-reliant, and have that kind of access to both content as well as these tools and technologies. So simplifying those technologies, providing it to the users in the most scalable, in the most affordable manner is what we are innovating on. So I would say we have to think foundationally. Again, going back to my point, this kind of opportunity does not come in life very often, where you have to reinvent and rebuild some of what we have done in the past. So from a Google perspective, we have Google Cloud, we have Google Workspace for education, we have innovated a lot on Google Classroom. I'm proud to say that a lot of higher education institutions are using Google Classroom as a learning management solution. And we know that we probably are on top of the world in terms of how simple it is, how useful it is for Indian ecosystem. So those are the small innovations that we are proud of. We are proud of GPay that was built out of India and now has become a Google product. global product. We are proud of the kind of growth we are seeing on YouTube, on Android. So the simplification and the scalability and user-first attitude is what we really want to innovate on.
But you know what global is, and according to Indian standards for global, people say that bahar jaake padhna hai. That's a problem we have. Brain drain is a real problem. I wanted to ask this to Dharmendra ji also, and this is one problem we all are facing. All the students we see, they come to us, they want to learn something, but they want to fly abroad. How to tackle this problem? Why cannot we become, India can become a superpower? Maybe in 5 years or 4 years? What is there? What problems do we have? Himanshu.
You know, it's purely a problem of numbers. So it's not a problem. ये एक fact है. ये एक fact है. यदि मैं उदाहरण दूं कि 2 लाख लोग CAT लिखते हैं और हमारे सारे IIMs के पास मिलाकर के हमारे पास 5,000 सीट है. ये this is a fact. The good thing is that it is being addressed. One, now we have IIMs all across the country. We have 20 IIMs, we have 20 IITs. So the number of good educational institutions is going up. और दूसरा ये कि अभी हम लोग, और न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में ये भी आया है जो अनिल जी ने बताया भी, कि IIM और IITs के लोग अब दूसरे कॉलेजेस को भी हैंड होल्ड कर रहे हैं. उनको हम मेंटोर कर रहे हैं. उनके शिक्षकों को हम एजुकेट कर रहे हैं, हम फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स कर रहे हैं. सो दैट इज नंबर 1 दैट वी आर डूइंग. और उससे जब हम कैपेसिटी बिल्ड करेंगे, इन दैट केस देयर विल बी मोर अपॉर्चुनिटीज. दैट इज वन. द सेकंड इज, नाउ कोविड की वजह से एक और अच्छी चीज जो हुई है वो ये हो गया है कि एजुकेशन हैज बिकम डेमोक्रेटाइज्ड. इतने सारे ऑनलाइन प्रोग्राम्स अभी हम लोग कर रहे हैं. IIM इंदौर में उदाहरण के तौर पे हम 5 गुना प्रोग्राम्स कर रहे हैं एग्जीक्यूटिव एजुकेशन के क्षेत्र में, जो हम 2019 में करते थे उससे 5 गुना. एंड देयरफॉर वी आर रीचिंग आउट टू मोर पीपल. और एक और चीज जो मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि जो थर्ड चीज हम लोग कर रहे हैं जिससे लोगों को फायदा होगा, और वो गूगल से संबंधित है. आप किसी भी अच्छे एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन को देखिए तो वो बोलते थे हमारा मिशन इज टू क्रिएट एंड डिसेमिनेट नॉलेज. एंड वन ऑफ द थिंग्स दैट आई एम सेइंग इज वी आर मूविंग टुवर्ड्स एन ऑटोडायडेक्टिक वर्ल्ड. इन अ सेंस अब लोग चूज करेंगे, स्टूडेंट चूज करेंगे वो क्या पढ़ना चाहते हैं, कब पढ़ना चाहते हैं, कैसे पढ़ना चाहते हैं, कहाँ से पढ़ना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन अवेलेबल है. और इसलिए एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस जो हमारे जैसे एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस है, हमको एक और शब्द ऐड करना होगा, क्यूरेट नॉलेज. क्योंकि अभी जैसे आपने बोला कि आपको किसी भी चीज की आवश्यकता पड़ती है, आप गूगल के पास जाते हैं. गूगल अभी विद्या और अविद्या में भेद करने लगा है, पहले नहीं करता था. हमारे यहाँ भारतीय संस्कृति में अविद्या विद्या का कम होना नहीं है, अविद्या कुछ और है. मैं आपको एक छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूँ. यदि 10 साल पहले आप गूगल पे टाइप करते सुसाइड करने के 10 तरीके, तो जो पहले 10 रिजल्ट्स आते वो आपको बताते कि पेनफुल से लेकर के पेनलेस तक, ये इस चीज से लेकर के उस चीज तक, कैसे आप अच्छे से अच्छे तरीके से सुसाइड कर सकते हैं. लेकिन अगर अभी आप डालेंगे सुसाइड करने के तरीके, तो जो पहले 10-12 रिजल्ट्स आएंगे वो काउंसलर्स के नंबर्स आएंगे. नाउ दैट इज द चेंज दैट गूगल हैज मेड. और इसको बोलते हैं विद्या और अविद्या के बीच में भिन्नता करना. क्योंकि जो पहला है वो विद्या है, लेकिन अगर आप जो ये सब दे रहे हैं कि भाई ऐसे आप सुसाइड कर सकते हैं, वो अविद्या थी. तो जिसको अब क्यूरेट करके ठीक किया जा सकता है. और मेरे ख्याल से जब शैक्षिक संस्थान, उच्च शैक्षिक संस्थान इसमें भी लग जाएंगे, तो मेरे ख्याल से ये जो आप ब्रेन ड्रेन की, वैसे मैं ब्रेन ड्रेन उस शब्द को मानता नहीं हूँ, पर वो एक भिन्न विषय का, भिन्न चर्चा का विषय है. मुझे लगता है कि बहुत सारा ज्ञान हम यहीं रहते हुए इसी देश से, इसी भूमि से दे पाएंगे.
बिल्कुल हिमांशु जी, आई थिंक गूगल इज ऑल्सो लर्निंग, एवरीबडी इज लर्निंग. लेकिन ब्रेन ड्रेन जो शब्द है वो क्यों महत्वपूर्ण है? जब हमने गूगल फॉर्म्स भरवाए, जब हमने सजेशन मांगे और हमने बताया लोगों को कि हम आपके साथ एजुफ्यूचर एक्सेलेंस अवार्ड्स के दौरान हम कॉन्वर्सेशन करेंगे एंड वी वुड लाइक टू टॉक अबाउट टेकिंग द इंडियन एजुकेशन टू द ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स, लोगों ने एक ही बात कही. यूक्रेन में वॉर था, हमारे बच्चे वहाँ पर फंसे हुए थे. हमने वहाँ से लगभग 600 लोगों को निकाला, कुछ को नहीं भी निकाल पाए, अनफॉर्चुनेट रहे. बात पॉलिटिकल स्तर पे तो बहुत बड़ी हुई, लेकिन एजुकेशन के स्तर पे वो बच्चे वहाँ क्यों थे, वो यहाँ क्यों नहीं थे? हमारे यहाँ 74% लिटरेसी रेट है, लेकिन जब हम देखने जाते हैं, जब हम काम के स्किल के लेवल पर देखने जाते हैं, तो उतने लोग पढ़े लिखे नहीं मिलते. स्किल्ड लेबर मिल सकता है, लेकिन स्किल्ड प्रोफेशनल बहुत कम मिलते हैं। तो ब्रेन ड्रेन की जहाँ पर समस्या है, क्या ये बात सही नहीं है? बच्चे काम से लेकर पढ़ाई तक बाहर जाने के लिए उतारू रहते हैं, ललायत रहते हैं, क्या ये सच नहीं है? मैं आप तीनों की राय इस पे जानना चाहूँगा।
I don't agree with the brain drain. हमारे पास I would say हमारे पास शायद opportunities इतनी ज़्यादा नहीं है जो हम अभी बच्चों को दे सकते हैं. So maybe that's the reason why बच्चों को लगता है कि बाहर जाकर हमारे को ज़्यादा opportunities मिल रही हैं. And I think I want to go back to the how do we stop it, I think, is having a great faculty. And again, going back to what again Anil sir was saying, teacher training is very, very important. You know, we really need teachers who can motivate the students. Again, coming from the organization where I work, AFS, हम internships programs करते हैं, offer करते हैं, और community service programs offer करते हैं. हमारे बच्चे बाहर जाकर community service करना चाहेंगे rather than इंडिया में, क्योंकि इंडिया में कहाँ करेंगे? इंडिया की NGO सिर्फ उनको पेपर फॉर्म या वो सर्वे के लिए भेज देगी, but they are not really giving them that kind of an opportunities. When we have these high school students who go on the scholarships, after school they get into sports. They have wood carpentry as a subject where they are learning wood carpentry. यहाँ पर हमारे पास अगर हम कभी कहें कारपेंट्री, तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारा माइंडसेट एक ऐसा है कि हम सोचते नहीं कारपेंट्री कोई करेंगे, वो कोई स्किल नहीं है. So the once if we are able to really have a great faculty where we feel, where the teachers can actually tell the students के बच्चा this is something that you is great, opportunities हैं, school साफ करो. I mean Japan schools में they clean the schools, the students clean the schools, you know, they don't have anybody else. हमारे में नहीं कर सकते. You know, so I feel if we are able to give that kind of opportunities to our students, educate them and have those teachers really motivate, again, having a mentor, having a motivated teacher, telling a 40% student or maybe a failure student, कि बेटा कुछ नहीं होता, पढ़ाई में नहीं अच्छा, but तू ये कर सकता है, तू ये कर सकता है, you know, you have your plan A, B, C, D, E, इतनी सारी चीज़ें कर सकता है, तो automatically the child would be motivated to try on those things rather than trying to look outside and going outside for the opportunities.
Do you have any views on this?
I actually always lean towards being optimistic and looking ahead. So I would say that what we've seen in the last 2 years is only opportunities. We've been able to sit anywhere in the world, learn anything in the world with any faculty or institute in the world. And so what I would think is we should work towards even more equalization like that. So again, I am of the opinion that there might have been, opportunities that India was not able to provide because of either limited, higher education institutions or just the sheer numbers that we had. But the future is going to be definitely more flat and equitable. That's what we should work towards.
That's what is required, actually. Himanshu ji, you would like to add?
Yeah, I'll just pick up that very excellent word that Bani used, and that is equitable. ये जब तक हम लोग इक्विटेबल की बात नहीं करेंगे तब तक हम कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने वो जो स्टैटिस्टिक आपको बताई 833 मिलियन, अब उसमें हमारा क्या रोल है? We have to move from exposure to experience, and that is essential. अभी क्या होता है, हम एक्सपोज करते हैं स्टूडेंट्स को कि तुम ये प्रॉब्लम्स देखो, तुम ये प्रॉब्लम्स देखो, और उसके बाद एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि वो उसका निस्तारण कर देंगे. एक्सपोजर इज नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट, यू हैव टू मेक देम एक्सपीरियंस. सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल हमने क्या किया है, हमारे 600 के 600 स्टूडेंट मध्य प्रदेश के 106 गांवों में जाते हैं, 6-6 के ग्रुप्स में, और वहाँ पे एक हफ्ता रहते हैं. उसको पहले रूरल इमर्शन प्रोग्राम बोला जाता था, और उसमें क्या होता था कि वो लोग उसके बगल के शहर में रहते थे और एक हफ्ते के लिए जाते थे एंड एज टूरिस्ट, और उसके बाद उनसे डिस्कस करके चले आते थे. तो रूरल इमर्शन प्रोग्राम मेरे को 2 कारणों से नहीं पसंद था. पहले तो उसका एक्रोनिम RIP था, जो कि उचित RIP उचित एक्रोनिम नहीं है, और दूसरा ये कि मैंने बोला कि एक्सपोजर से नहीं होगा, लेट देम एक्सपीरियंस इट. तो अब वो लोग एक हफ्ते रहते हैं. जब वो रहते हैं तो वो उन प्रॉब्लम्स को एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं, और जब उन प्रॉब्लम्स को एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं तब वो उसके जो सॉल्यूशंस बताते हैं एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ मिलके, वो सॉल्यूशंस लॉन्ग टर्म सॉल्यूशंस होते हैं। और मेरे ख्याल से यही भविष्य का
मैं
रास्ता होना
कॉन्वर्सेशन
चाहिए।
को इसी जगह पर लाना चाह रहा था, एक्सपीरियंस, दिस इज व्हाट इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट। बहुत ही छोटा सा क्रिएटिव हमने एक बनाया था, और उस क्रिएटिव में हमने ये महसूस किया जब हम जी न्यूज़ के लिए काम कर रहे थे, एक बच्चा है जो एक एलिफेंट को देखता है एक एड में, और उस एलिफेंट को मैगजीन में देख रहा है वो, और उसको जूम करने की कोशिश करता है क्योंकि वो उसको एक्सपीरियंस करना चाहता है। तो ये जब से वर्चुअल पढ़ाई आ गई है, वर्चुअल स्टडीज़ आ गई हैं, गूगल क्लासरूम्स आ गए हैं, ये सब इनोवेशन है, लेकिन आपको लगता है कि अभी भी हमें स्कूल्स की ज़रूरत है, और फिज़िकल एजुकेशन जो है, सामने बैठकर टीचर से सीखना, वो एक्सपीरियंस करना, वो ज़रूरी है। मैं आपके व्यूज़ जानना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि 14 मिलियन के आसपास स्कूल्स हैं हमारे पास रजिस्टर्ड भारत में, लेकिन अब बच्चे वहाँ पर हैं नहीं। यहाँ पे कुछ टीचर्स भी बैठे हैं जो बच्चों को वीडियो उस पर पढ़ाते हैं, कैमरा पर। बच्चे कैमरा बंद करके पढ़ रहे हैं, नहीं पढ़ रहे हैं, कह नहीं सकते, बच्चे तो बच्चे हैं, भगवान का रूप होते हैं, पर टीचर नहीं होते, टीचर गुस्सा करते हैं। तो माय क्वेश्चन अगेन इज, क्या ये जो वर्चुअल क्लासरूम्स आ गए हैं, क्या इसकी वजह से हमारी पढ़ाई का स्टैंडर्ड थोड़ा सा हिलता नहीं है, अफेक्ट नहीं होता? आपके व्यूज।
So I don't think it's about replacing a school system. It's never going to be like that. It shouldn't be like that. There is this social, emotional well-being that we experience. I think the future of education will lie more in terms of finding the ideal blend of hybrid and in classroom learning. I don't believe that we will not be in schools. I would want my children to go to school. I have 2 girls and I'm very happy when they're in school. And I can be working from home. So I think, experience has taught us that that is very, very important for the child's growth. And for higher education as well, to not only experience teamwork, but collaboration. But I think what we need to do as a culture is move away from being obsessed by being in classroom and face-to-face to actually accepting what it takes to actually collaborate in a more hybrid environment. So that change has to come in. And I would, use your example only कि हमें ये नहीं सोचना चाहिए कि टीचर जब पढ़ा रही थी बच्चों को वो वीडियो ऑफ करके क्या कर रहे थे। हमें ये सोचना चाहिए एज ए टीचर मैं क्या कर सकती हूँ कि उसको वीडियो ऑन करके सिर्फ मेरा सुनना है और मेरी बात सुननी है। अगर वो चेंज आ जाएगा, शिफ्ट, सो हर बच्चा पढ़ना चाहेगा। आई नो माई गर्ल्स लव टू बी विद देयर टीचर्स. So I think we need to distinguish, where online will help and technology will help, and where we need the human connect. It's very, very important.
नो, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने। और वो जिनका भी सवाल था टीचर जी का, थैंक यू गलत सवाल पूछने के लिए। प्लीज बताइए।
So clearly, online education is here to stay, both in the synchronous and asynchronous form, और वो अच्छा भी है। तो जैसा कि बानी ने बोला कि कुछ चीज़ें हैं जो हमको ऑनलाइन आसानी से हम उसको सीख सकते हैं। उदाहरण के तौर पे यदि टीचर स्कूल में सिर्फ एक किताब को कथा की तरह बाँच रहे हैं तो उसकी आवश्यकता नहीं है, वो व्यक्ति ऑनलाइन भी सीख सकता है। लेकिन कुछ चीज़ें हैं जो कि हमको सामने से ही, अगर टीचर के समीप बैठ करके, उपनिषद जिसको बोलते हैं कि समीप बैठ करके जो डायलॉग के थ्रू, एक डायरेक्टिक मेथड के थ्रू आता है, वो क्लासरूम में ही हो सकता है। इसलिए क्लासरूम कहीं जाने नहीं वाले, ऑनलाइन कहीं जाने नहीं वाला। अब इन दोनों के बीच में हमको एक सामंजस्य करना है कि कौन से ऐसे विषय हैं जो कि ऑनलाइन बेहतर होंगे और कौन से ऐसे विषय हैं जिसके लिए हमें आमने सामने बैठना होगा। हमें ये जानना चाहिए कि सा विद्या या विमुक्तये, जो हमें विमुक्त कर दे, जो हमें स्वतंत्र कर दे, और वाणी और उसके बाद वाणी को बोलना, ये दोनों, इस दोनों की जब हमको स्वतंत्रता दे देती है वही विद्या होती है। और ये विद्या इन दोनों के कॉम्बिनेशन से आएगी। और इसके लिए पहले वाले क्वेश्चन को भी आपके मिला करके हमें लगता है एक थोड़ा सामाजिक परिवर्तन भी चाहिए। जैसे जब मैं 12वीं में आया था तो मेरे पास 2 ही ऑप्शंस थे, इंजीनियरिंग या मेडिसिन, बिकॉज उस दोनों के अलावा मेरे पिताजी ने बोला कोई तीसरा ऑप्शन होता ही नहीं है। इनफैक्ट मेरे जन्म के समय ही निर्णय हो गया था कि इसको इंजीनियर बनाना है। 10:50 पे मैं पैदा हुआ, 10:51 पे मेरे पिताजी ने ये निर्णय ले लिया था कि मेरे को इंजीनियर बनाना है। मैं थ्योरेटिकल फिजिसिस्ट बनना चाहता था। उस समय बिग बैंग थियरी सीरीज नहीं आई थी, नोबडी न्यू व्हाट थ्योरेटिकल फिजिक्स इज, एंड कि ये होता क्या है। बट नाउ look at the online education. Because of things being online, आप कितनी सारी चीज़ें जानते हैं, आपके सामने कितनी सारी opportunities का पता भी आपको लग जाता है. इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि जो विचार और अभिव्यक्ति की जो स्वतंत्रता ऑनलाइन और क्लासरूम को मिला करके मिल सकती है, वो इनमें से केवल एक से नहीं मिल सकती. इसलिए दोनों साथ में चलेंगे.
Definitely classroom. I mean, of course, I'm more old-fashioned kind of a person. So I feel, because again, as a counselor by profession, I feel education academics is very important, but all-around development can happen when you are surrounded by everybody. You know, I remember when I was growing up, giving an example, मेरी मॉम मेरी टीचर के साथ, अगर मैं घर में पढ़ाई नहीं कर रही थी, मेरी टीचर को बताती थी, और टीचर मुझसे पूछती थी कि तूने होमवर्क किया या नहीं किया. और मेरी प्रिंसिपल, like you mentioned, my father wanted me to go as BCom, you know, do BCom, do MBA, because मेरे डैड ने किया था, मेरे भाई ने किया था, और मैं भी करना चाहती हूँ. And my principal said, वो मैथ्स तो कर नहीं सकती, तुम उसको BCom क्या करवा रहे हो, you know. Put her in sociology, put her in masters in social work, because that's what her line is. And I think those kind of कि हर एक बच्चे में, जैसे again sir ने कहा था, one cap does not fit all. That can happen when the students are together. You know, उन्होंने मस्ती करनी है. They want to talk about what happened at home. They want to talk about, they want to understand what is happening. They want to discuss. And I think for that classroom setting, where the teacher can have great experience, teaching experience, you know, attitude, कि भैया पढ़ना है, मस्ती करनी है, सीखना है. Because again, like what sir said, sir ने हिंदी में बोला था, but मैं इतनी अच्छी हिंदी नहीं बोल सकती हूँ. मेरे को लगता है कि हमारे को एक concept जो मैं बहुत personally feel करती हूँ is literacy and education. I find there's a difference between that. Literacy, yes, हम online पढ़ सकते हैं, हम school जाके पढ़ सकते हैं. टीचर बोल सकती है ओपन टू पेज 23 हिस्ट्री का, अकबर ये था, वो सीख सकते हैं. और एक होता है एडुकेशन, वेयर वी अंडरस्टैंड कि अगर कुछ हुआ है, क्यों हुआ है. एंड अगर हम एक एम्बुलेंस को देख रहे हैं, रोड पे चल रही है, वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड साइड पे क्यों होना है, और होना है. जस्ट बिकॉज सामने वाला नहीं हो रहा, मैं भी नहीं होऊंगा, तो ये दैट कैन नॉट बी. एंड आई थिंक दैट्स वेयर ग्रुप लर्निंग, where the parents, schools, students, headmaster, education system, everybody comes around and gives that kind of support to the student, so that when he or she grows up, that's where he and she will grow up into be a responsible human being. And that's why I feel the schools would be very, very important. Classroom teachers.
I want to add one thing here, because she made a very important point, and you know that there is a lot of discussion that students have within themselves. एक चीज हम शिक्षकों को भी मान लेनी चाहिए कि सरस्वती मात्र इस दिशा से उस दिशा में नहीं जाती है. बहुत सारा ज्ञान जो है वो स्टूडेंट्स के पास होता है, और जब वो लोग आपस में बात करते हैं तो भी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के सारे आइडियाज कहाँ से आए हैं? वो हमारे एजुकेट करने से नहीं आए हैं. वो 4-5 लोग मिलकर के बात कर रहे हैं कि यूनिवर्सिटी में कोई दूसरे संकाय का है, कोई किसी और संकाय का है, और अनायास ही उनके आपस की बातचीत से ही कोई ना कोई आइडिया निकल जाता है. एंड देयरफॉर classrooms are certainly here to stay.
सर ने यही कहा था कि अपने स्पीच में भी वो यही बता रहे थे, जब हर आदमी को आप एक साथ और एक ही तरह से नहीं नाप सकते, और कई बारी स्टूडेंट्स के पास फैकल्टी से ज़्यादा अच्छे आइडियाज़ होते हैं. एक सवाल लखनऊ से हमारे फेसबुक पर आया था, और ये सवाल बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है. क्या भारत की एजुकेशन ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स पर नहीं जा पा रही है क्योंकि बहुत महंगी है? बहुत महंगा है पढ़ाई हमारे यहाँ पर.
At least personally, having been through the education system, there is, and I'm coming from a public school, I'm from an army background, so I've always studied in a services school. So now, of course, there are private schools that, you know, we are going to. So I don't think, when I compare higher education, I think US वगैरह की much more expensive है. But a lot of Indians aspire, so why are we comparing from a free structure? I think the comparison should be more in terms of quality, equitable access, and the fact that we are able to create online universities or virtual universities, and what we are trying to do with NEP, give credits to the students who are actually focusing on skills. If we focus on skills, then the purpose of education is going to be solved. If we focus on degrees or the fact that we are going to go to the most expensive universities in the world, I don't think that really solves the problem. And innovation will come from those who are seeing a challenge in a problem. Innovation is not going to come from those who believe that we are in an ideal world and we have no challenges and world is a great place, so to speak. We have to experience challenges to innovate. And we have to be cognizant of that problem. It has to be a part of our being or something that we really aspire to change to find a solution. So I think those are the fundamental building blocks of innovation. So we will have to go back to our roots. We will have to be in every small city of India, every small town of India, and then be able to provide more and more opportunities, wherever they are, in the world or in India, I think.
प्योर स्टैटिस्टिक्स अगर मैं बताऊं सुशांत, तो अगर मैं IIMs को लूं तो हमारी फीस 1/5 होगी US यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के मुकाबले, जो समकक्ष हमारे यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं. अगर मैं IITs और NITs को लूं तो 100th होगी. जब मैंने इंजीनियरिंग की REC सूरत कल से, तो जितना आजकल लोग पॉकेट मनी लेते हैं उतना मेरी सेमेस्टर की फ़ीस थी. सेमेस्टर की शायद संभवतः पूरे साल की ही उतनी फ़ीस थी. And if you look at the schools, we have a variety of schools. So मैं 2 तरह के schools में पढ़ा. मैं एक जो कानपुर का सबसे महंगा स्कूल जिसको बोला जाता था वहाँ भी पढ़ा, और उसके बाद 11-12 मैंने केंद्रीय विद्यालय से किया. और मेरे लिए दोनों ही स्कूल उतने ही अच्छे थे. दोनों ने ही मुझे जो भी स्किल सेट्स दिए वो बड़े डिफरेंट थे, और दोनों के ही एक्सपीरियंस मेरे लिए बहुत ही अच्छे थे. And therefore to say that money is a barrier in access is wrong. And I'll tell you the second reason as well. उदाहरण के तौर पे IIM में कोई भी ऐसा व्यक्ति नहीं है जिसको पैसे की कमी के कारण एडमिशन ना मिला हो, क्योंकि जिस दिन स्टूडेंट IIM में आता है बैंक्स लाइन लगा करके वहां पे स्टॉल लगाते हैं एजुकेशन लोन देने के लिए. और ये सिर्फ IIMs का नहीं, मेरे ख्याल से जितने भी अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं उनका यही हाल है. एंड देयरफॉर व्हाट वी हैव टू क्रिएट इज एक्सीलेंस. The moment you create excellence, money automatically follows. But startups में हम क्या देखते हैं, कोई excellent idea है तो उसको फंड करने वाले बहुत से लोग आ जाते हैं. उसी तरह से जैसे जैसे हम एजुकेशन में excellence बनाते जाएंगे और जैसे जैसे हम ये समझते जाएंगे कि कोई हमको प्रासंगिक बनने के लिए और वर्ल्ड क्लास बनने के लिए हमेशा बाहर देखने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. एक और आखिरी उदाहरण, हम आपस में कभी मिलकर के बात नहीं करते हैं. जब मैं इंदौर में एज ए डायरेक्टर आया 3.5 साल पहले, तो मुझे सबसे बड़ा आश्चर्य इस चीज़ का हुआ कि इंदौर एकमात्र सिटी है भारत का जहां IIM IIT दोनों हैं और दोनों मिलके कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं. एंड ऑफ कोर्स वी मेड श्योर दैट वी डिड समथिंग अबाउट इट, और इस मार्च 21 को हमने मिल करके एक जॉइंट डिग्री प्रोग्राम मास्टर्स ऑफ साइंस इन डेटा साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट डाला. इसी तरह से अगर हम लोग आपस में मिल लेंगे तो ये जो कोलैबोरेशन है, इससे हम ना सिर्फ वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड पा पाएंगे बल्कि वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड एट एन अफोर्डेबल प्राइस पा पाएंगे. Exactly.
Yes, I totally agree with both my panelists that education is there, हमको लेनी है, and I think एक maybe मेरा biasness है शायद, I'm sorry for that. कहीं ना कहीं हम बहुत महत्व देते हैं या बहुत पावर देते हैं कि you have to come from a very good schools. I mean, sir, like said, KVs या government schools. It a lot depends on a person कि आप कितना पढ़ना चाहते हैं और आप कितना आगे आना चाहते हैं. We have so many, examples. Fisherman's son becoming a president, chai wala becoming a prime minister, and so on. So education, I think, is there. We need to go and take it. A student and a parent and a teacher needs to understand that they can be from a very high-ended schools. I remember we work with programs. We do intercultural programs. We have gone to high-ended schools, and the principal was so narrow-minded. She says, नहीं, मुझे सिर्फ 90% चाहिए, education चाहिए. मुझे इनको आगे IITs और IIMs भेजना है. उनको ये programs distract कर देंगे. And then we have had schools which are from very rural backgrounds, whose students, right now, one of the students is studying in the university where Hillary Clinton went on scholarship. क्योंकि उसकी टीचर को फील हुआ था कि ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट प्रोग्राम है और इस पे बच्चे को आगे जाना है. सो आई फील दैट मोर एंड मोर इफ वी कैन हैव दैट माइंड शिफ्ट कि education is more important rather than the institution as per se, और अंदर से वो जो होती है कि भैया पढ़ना है, कुछ करना है, जिंदगी में कुछ बनना है. If we can have that motivation, I think we can definitely achieve lot of things in our lives.
थैंक यू सो मच, ये बहुत ज़रूरी है. अगर हमारे पास वो मोटिवेशन है तो हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं. वैसे मेरे पास कुछ मिनट बाकी हैं, लेकिन जब तक यहाँ पर लाइव ऑडियंस होती है और वहाँ पर सवाल ना हो लोगों के, तो ये बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है. वो कोई भी कॉन्वर्सेशन वो पूरी नहीं होती है. तो आप में से कोई भी लोग अगर अपना कोई सवाल पूछना चाहे, इससे हमें ये भी पता चल जाएगा कि आप में से कितने लोग हमें सुन रहे थे. So yes, ma'am, please. We would require a mic over there, please.
So I'm Archana Mantri. I'm Vice Chancellor Chitkara University, Chandigarh.
Hello.
I have a quick suggestion and a comment.
Yes, please.
Rather than having a topic of this panel discussion on taking Indian education to global standards,
Yes.
how about having a topic as using Indian education system to create global standards? And
Why not?
comment from
We'll
the
take that.
panelist.
Yes. Sir, would you like to take that, Mani? Yeah, please, please.
ओके सो यूजिंग जो इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम की प्रोफेसर शास्त्रबुद्धे ने बात की, वो ऑलरेडी हो रहा है. और ना सिर्फ अब एक स्ट्रक्चर्ड तरीके से हो रहा है, पर ये काफ़ी समय से हो रहा था. इशू पहले ये होता था कि हम दो झमेलों में फंस जाते थे. नंबर वन, हम उसको एज अ प्रॉपर नॉलेज देखते नहीं थे. जब मैंने पीएचडी किया अपना आई एम अहमदाबाद से, निगोशिएशन में मेरी पीएचडी है. सो निगोशिएशन में मेरी पीएचडी के लिए मैंने अन्य चीज़ों के अलावा पूरे महाभारत का एनालिसिस किया. और जब महाभारत का एनालिसिस किया तो जो पहला एक व्यक्ति ने पूछा मेरे से, जब मैं अपनी थीसिस को डिफेंड कर रहा था, वो ये था कि आप महाभारत को इतिहास मानते हैं कि मिथक, इज इट हिस्ट्री और मिथोलॉजी? एंड आई सेड यही झमेले में मुझे नहीं पढ़ना है. मैं उसको इतिहास मानता हूँ या मिथक, ये मेरा पर्सनल बिलीफ सिस्टम है. द पॉइंट इज देयर इज सो मच दैट कैन बी लर्न फ्रॉम द महाभारत, एंड आई वांट टू ब्रिंग दैट into my PhD. And the second thing is it worthwhile reading? हम लोग उस समय बोलते थे कि ये worthwhile नहीं है. अभी पूरी पृथ्वी पे लीडरशिप थ्रू लिटरेचर करके कोर्सेज पढ़ाए जा रहे हैं. पूरी पृथ्वी अभी ESG की बात कर रही है. पूरी पृथ्वी अभी SDGs की बात कर रही है. 17 SDGs की बात हमारे इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम में आरंभ से ही उनकी बात करी जा रही है. मैं आज की तो बात ही नहीं कर रहा हूँ. 1500 साल पहले अगर हम एक विचार को माने, दो तरह की विचारधाराएं हैं, पर उसीलिए फिर मैं उस झमेले में भी नहीं पढ़ूंगा कि वेद कब लिखे गए थे या कब आए. लेकिन अगर हम वेद में ही देखें तो जहां बोला गया है द्यौ शांति, अंतरिक्षम शांति, पृथ्वी शांति, रापः शांति, तो जो ESG की और सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात हो रही है वो पहले से थी. नाउ ओरिजिनल वर्क इज हैपनिंग. अभी तक हम ये करते थे कि कोई और बोलता था तो हम बोलते थे अरे ये हमारे पुस्तकों में पहले से ही लिखा है, इससे काम नहीं चलेगा. अब हम ओरिजिनल वर्क करके ले जा रहे हैं, नए सिस्टम्स क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, नए थियरीज क्रिएट कर रहे हैं और बोल रहे हैं ये लीजिए, ये हमारी अब ओरिजिनल थियरी है जो भारतीय शास्त्रों से ही भारत के द्वारा विश्व के लिए आ रही है. अब ये ज्यादा स्ट्रक्चर्ड तरीके से हो रहा है.
जी, thank you so much. Bani, you wanted to answer that, right? Quickly, if we can.
I absolutely concur and say that, this is already happening. I think my only take on technology would be that we have to adopt technologies that are actually encouraging that kind of, innovation on global standards. Because if we are not connected to the world and if we are too inward looking, that's also not the best place for India to be. So find the balance. And I think you are the leaders. You are, as higher education institutions, you are the ones who will have to develop that thinking, because the future skill will require us to collaborate, work in teamwork, and also be able to work with global standards. So we will definitely create.
So सवाल तो हम और भी लेना चाहते थे, लेकिन क्या है कि मेरे पीछे पोडियम पे वो आ गई हैं, तो हम लोगों को यहाँ से जाना पड़ेगा. बट आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया पहले तो हमें सुनने के लिए, और आप तीनों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया यहाँ पर आने के लिए. जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिएगा. थैंक यू सो मच.
पैनलिस्ट से रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि प्लीज़ यहीं रुक जाएं. वी वुड लाइक टू प्रेजेंट मोमेंटोज ऑफ अप्रिसिएशन. थैंक यू सो मच. आपने हमें इतने बेहतरीन इंसाइट्स दिए ऑन टेकिंग इंडियन एजुकेशन to the global platform. Thank you. It was wonderful having our esteemed set of panelists with us. मैं request करूँगी Miss Pooja Sethi से, Group Editor, India.com Private Limited, to come forward to present mementos to our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much, Ms. Divya Arora, ex-National Director, AFS Intercultural Program, India. Thank you so much. Dr. Himanshu Rai, Director, IIM Indore, for your insights and also your esteemed presence. Thank you so much. Ms. Bani Pental Dhawan, Head of Education India and South Asia, Google Cloud India. Thank you for your insights, ma'am, and your esteemed presence. Thank you so much. Mr. Sushant Mohan for wonderfully moderating the panel. Can we have a group photograph of the panelists, our moderator, everybody together? एक बार फिर से आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Taking Indian education to global standards. बहुत सारे interesting insights मिले, बहुत सारी interesting conversation सुनने को मिली और बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला हमारे educationists से. Thank you to our esteemed panelists. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we shall break for lunch. May I request you that lunch is being served in the pre-function area. बाहर pre-function area में lunch serve हो रहा है. We shall break for lunch for 30 minutes and we will reassemble in the hall. हमारा अगला panel discussion right after lunch. We are going to go on to our next panel discussion. We will request all of you to come back for our next panel, Empowering All Educators for New Age Careers. 30 minutes. Please go ahead, enjoy lunch once again. Thank you so much, our eminent audience, our delightful audience, for joining us today.
hello, hello. Mic check, mic check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Mic check. Check. Hello, hello, hello. Check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check. Hello, hello. Check. Hello, hello. Check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, check. Check, check. Check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check. Hello. Check. check. Hello, hello.
Very warm welcome, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe ji. Suswagatam sir आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका sir. And in our esteemed jury we have Dr. Himanshu Rai. Namaskar sir, very warm welcome, Suswagatam. He is Director IIM Indore. तो ये भी एक बहुत अच्छा मौका है हमारे लिए उनके साथ इस वक्त मौजूद रहने का.
Bonnie, you wanted to answer that, right? Quickly, if we can.
Again, I absolutely concur and say that, this is already happening. I think my only take on technology would be that we have to adopt technologies that are actually encouraging that kind of, innovation on global standards.
Hello, hello.
भूल गए होंगे आपने पहले अपना काम ठीक से करो मतलब पेटीएम करो मोबाइल रिचार्ज भी पेटीएम पे अरे जीजू भूल गए होंगे आपने पहले अपना काम ठीक से करो मतलब पेटीएम करो मोबाइल रिचार्ज भी पेटीएम पे अरे जीजू ये वो सब पेटीएम करो ब्रेक भूल गए मोबाइल रिचार्ज के लिए
Let's build partnerships. Build, partner, grow.
सैनिटाइज किया नहीं भूल गए आई नो दीज गाइस नमक कहाँ है भूल गए I'll talk to a manager बचपन का दोस्त है मेरा ये #childhood friends दूसरा ले आओ रिचार्ज टू कंटिन्यू भूल गए होंगे आपने पहले अपना काम ठीक से करो मतलब पेटीएम करो मोबाइल रिचार्ज भी पेटीएम पे अरे जीजू ये वो सब पेटीएम करो ब्रेक भूल गए मोबाइल रिचार्ज के लिए
We're starting in next 2 minutes. Everyone, please settle down. Settle down, everybody, please.
All of our guests outside of the hall, may we request you to kindly settle down, come inside, as we shall continue. And we shall move over to the next panel of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now all set to proceed further with our next panel for the day. The topic for discussion for this panel is empowering all educators for new age careers. You know, as education has gone online, hybrid, and as the world is becoming digital and smaller, I think new age careers are the way to go, and that is what we are going to discuss and infer some great insights from some esteemed panelists that we have over here with us today. May I take the opportunity to invite on stage our esteemed panelists. We have Lieutenant Colonel Kailash Bansal, Director, AICTE Skill Development. Can we welcome Colonel Kailash Bansal? Thank you for being here with us, sir. Mr. Sharad Vivek Sagar, CEO, Dexterity Global Social Entrepreneur, and Mr. Rohit Anand, Head HR, COES. Can we please give a big round of applause for Mr. Anand? Thank you for being here with us, sir. Also, very happy to introduce to you our moderator, Ms. Pooja Sethi, Group Editor at India.com. Ms. Pooja is going to take the discussion further.
Thank you, Sonam, for introducing my lovely panelists. So, hi everyone, I'm Pooja Sethi, Group Editor, Zee Digital. And you'll have to pardon my bad throat. The panelists have already been introduced, so without much further ado, we will just launch into the questions. Colonel Bansal, my first question comes to you. Our topic today is empowering the educators. So how do you think, you know, in today's scenario when teaching should not no longer be just another career option? So if we have to attract the brightest minds to the teaching profession, what should be done about it?
Check. Okay, before I begin, I first of all would like to thank all the senior teachers, all the senior faculty and the educational leaders. Thank you very much for shaping the nation. I am here because of all of you, the gurus who have shaped me to be here. Without insights from the gurus, I don't think I would have been here. So my deepest respect and deepest, warmest of the regards to all the gurus who are here. Thank you very much. Now, having said that, thank you. Having said that, it is, you said it should not be a career option. I wish I can go back 20 years back and I would have taken teaching as a only career option. Why teaching should be one of the options? Why can't teaching be one of the best option or the topmost option? That is what I think I introspect now. It is not that teaching is something very new. It has been going, and sages have been given the Param Brahma kind of a stature. So I still believe teachers is not something which is going to give you something out of the world. It is going to reinvent you, and that is where the importance lies. So to that extent,
so whatever we are today, and we owe it a lot to our teachers. Having said that, what are some of the methods institutes are adapting to empower the educators now?
I think Chairman has already brought out in the morning, in the afternoon session. At AICT, we have tried to upskill, reskill them. The second most important thing is the recognition. I think one of the biggest things that we all as educational leaders can do is to recognize the effort which goes behind the teaching. At AICT, we have given or instituted the Teachers Award in various different categories. We try to recognize the individual contribution of the teachers. A small pat on the back of the teacher, I think, goes miles and miles to motivate that person. The second is, from the AICT perspective, from the national perspective, we have various schemes of faculty development, one of them being the travel grant for publishing research papers. We also allow some teachers to go abroad for that. So those issues and those things, motivation can definitely go a long way in contributing to the faculty development. That is what comes to my mind.
Great initiatives there. Sharad, now coming to you with your vast experience as a social entrepreneur, what role do you think educators can play in preparing students for the ever-evolving career options these days?
Thank you for the question and thank you for having me. I think at my age,
honor, yes.
vast experience is a joke. But to begin with, I think my first remark would be on making, teaching a career option that many more people take. I think the primary mistake we make is there are two ways we are probably learning in our world today. On one end, there are, 100-minute long teachable moments. So it's like a lecture, long lecture, and, you have 1, 2, or 5 of those in a day. And then on the other end, throughout, our lives, every day, there are, hundreds of 1-minute long teachable moments. And the focus on teachable moments as opposed to, these long 100-minute long teachable sessions, if we are able to differentiate that, and if we are able to empower everybody to see that teaching that everybody is doing, ranging from, a sports person to a poet to an artist, to all these people, that love for mentoring, that love for teaching, that needs to be culminated. And that, will enable a lot more people to see themselves as teachers. Coming to, what I think, for new career options, what educators need to be doing is, many times we make the mistake of seeing that, okay, this is the school and this is going to be, the product that is going to come out of the education system. So the child becomes very school-focused or school-driven. As opposed to that, if we are able to, run schools which are, participant-driven in terms of driven by students themselves, their ideas, their innovations, their ambition, their new pursuits, and just facilitating those experiences, that can be very important. And for that reason, we are seeing on both ends, one, how much is changing with the way we teach or we are expected to teach today, and on the other end, the kind of careers that young people are choosing at this point in time. So it is important that we derive our core strengths from our students as opposed to, try and impress upon something right from an early age and stage.
Well said. I think this is a take we also got from a previous session. The teachers, it has to be a two-way process where teachers and students are learning from each other. Exactly. Rohit, since you've had a long stint in the HR, so this goes on to you, for you. Nowadays, institutes of higher education have become more like placement agencies. It is like who gets how many placements, and I mean, if you've driven through Delhi, you'll also see these wordings saying, okay, our student, got picked here and got this much amount. So where do you think is fundamentally something going wrong there, where we're not focusing on what we're imparting, but then how much they're getting and who's picking them up? So that seems to be like the only focus of the institutes now.
Thank you, Pooja. Thank you for the question, and thank you for having me here. A little clarification, I work with Fortis Hospitals. So that's just my title which is there. There is nothing called COEs as a company. For the question, I'll give you a very, very cookie cutter answer because I come from the corporate and we are trained and taught to be very politically upright. Can I say anything else when you have 45 awards which are being given for the dimensions which are not talking of placement at all?
We're trying to initiate that and we're trying to inculcate that. It has to go beyond just placements.
So that's my first take. When you have 45 awards here on the dimensions which are very well defined, there was a jury who selected. Those are the important things an institution stands for.
Yeah,
I come from an institution, luckily I come from an institution which gave me a grounding, which I am very proud of. And my co-panelist also here comes from the similar institution, one of them, at least Colonel Kailash. So Defense Forces stands for itself. And what does it stand for? Is it for the placement? Because when you enter Defense Forces, whichever route you take, you are already placed. And it's not a career. That's your purpose. So the first thing I would say is, if the institutions are preparing you for the purpose, the placement, the job, the first campus placement is just an outcome. So you need to be preparing people for the purpose. And when you're doing that, the students will align themselves with what you are training them to be. So what are the outcomes? Do you skill people actually? Can you? What do I hire people for? When I visit the campuses, I probably ask 3 questions, not beyond that. Can I ask him a technical question? Probably around some of the basic skills, life skills, some of the things, how his level of thinking, level of, decision making is, and how, the challenges appear to that person. I am more concerned about whether the person has what it takes to be non-violent in his approach. When he speaks, how much aggression he's bringing on the table, and how much of intellect in terms of understanding the depth and the nuances of the challenge which has been put forward to him, or the challenges he has faced or experienced while his student life. That's the most important thing. And the last one probably is towards the kindness and the love he has around for the things he has learned, the respect he has for the ecosystem he comes from, and the ethos of that ecosystem, whether he has gone through in details of those or not. If he has not understood what his teachers were trying to teach him, he doesn't have 2 principles which echo the same sentiments, probably he's just passed through. And I remember Himanshu talking about exposure to experience. Exposure is fine. People miss on the experience most of the time. And that is why the corporates take on themselves that they need warm bodies to come inside, because we need the volumes, we need the seats to be filled in. Then we take the, decision on our own, what to train them on, how to train them on, how much to train them on. And that is where you will see different business models will take different ways of selecting people, different things of selecting people. I still remember, out of the 3 idiots, if you remember, the incident was when an engineer goes back and, joins a bank. And the question asked was, why did he go through the engineering then, if he had to join a financial institution? And that's very, 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 very relevant question. It may be relevant, maybe not from the personal choice perspective or standpoint, but from the skilling and teaching perspective, very important. And institutions probably need to see and watch where are they placing their people and how are they placing their people. The race probably will always remain because it's a supply side of the market. It will be driven by the supply, not by the demand at this point in time. So you will probably see what's happening in terms of numbers in very different manners. But if you look at the A category institutions or the A category corporates, they have a very well design of what they want to pick as a talent, not as a skill. As a talent, not as a skill. That's the differentiation. Thank you.
Great thoughts there. Would anybody want to add into that?
Yeah, I would only say as much. 4 years that a boy or a girl is out from his home. He's in the custody of, literally custody of the teacher and your institute. How you shape in those 4 years is he's seeing you day in and day out. So no questions there that he will not emulate you. And those 4, please remember, at least I do remember, those 4 are the most formative year for that child. When he's going to perhaps never enter back into his home, wahan se he'll catch his flight and wherever in the morning we had talked about it. Maybe step to post-graduation, maybe go ahead somewhere else. But those 4 years is make or break for you. As far as placements are concerned, naturally, byproduct. And why institutions put up those hoardings? Well, after all, it's market. You have to sell. So I am being very radical in accepting this fact that yes, you need to sell yourself, so why not? So putting a hoarding with just saying that we have been able to place that many people with that salary scale, well, till that, it is fine. But to say that that is going to be my end objective, well, that is wrong. That you should not, or I do not propagate, I do not accept. To the extent that you are giving the outcome as a, to showcase your successes within the institution, outside the institution, yes. But please do remember what is your vision statement and what is your mission statement. कथनी और करनी, अगर इन दोनों में फर्क हो गया तो दिखाई दे जाता है, बाहर से भी दिखाई देता है, अंदर से भी दिखाई देता है. और जिस दिन आपकी कथनी और करनी दोनों में फर्क आ गया, आपका चाहे कितना भी अच्छा मार्केट हो, आपका डाउन हो जाएगा. So, ladies and gentlemen, my sincerest of the request, please, whenever in doubt, at least whenever I am in doubt, I pull out my red flag from my diary. I have it where my commander has written for me in red, and I always refer to that, and that's my basic. Whenever in doubt, I just open that, whatever he has written, and I always carry it with me so that I always go back to my roots and understand here I am going wrong. So that's just a bit of it.
That's a great insight, which I think most institutes should take on and introspect if they're giving the right tools or their focus is just getting them jobs. And Sharad, a new term has recently been coined, interdisciplinary element. So do you think we need more interdisciplinary elements in our higher education, and what is being done to implement that?
There is indeed, a lot of talk about multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary subjects and activities and experiences. And I think we can take, several steps back and look at what our education at the end of the day is preparing us for. I think both my co-panelists talked about, placement as opposed to, what students go on to do. We are being prepared for a world outside where, questions are not asked based on what we did really well at. You can be a scientist and you need to know about the geography of the place where you're working. You need to know about the politics of the day. You need to know about the history of, what you're doing. And for that reason, I know many times we have, operated with an assumption that these are very watertight containers and you don't want to go from A to B because you're very good at A and B is for other people. Right now, it's going to be, a mix of everything that we deal with. And for that reason, you have to prepare young people who have an interdisciplinary approach and experience and training. How do you do that? That is, I think, primarily, and I think the panel that was here right before us, they did an extraordinarily great job at, putting forward examples and talking about how experience is going to come back and, help the most. And for that reason, I think it is activities where students are able to make sense of the fact that, the biodiversity they are talking about in geography, they're also talking about it in science, they're also reading something about it in English or in Hindi or in history, and being able to make sense of all of it. And it is only through activities that will happen as opposed to, adding one more test, one more period, or one more exam.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very well put it there. Colonel Bansal, now classroom knowledge and the world we live in appear to be like at two extremes which can never meet. Students usually complain of a vast difference between institutional knowledge and industry's expectations. What are we doing to bridge that gap?
I think Chairman in the morning and Honorable Minister, he himself has launched 1 crore internship. That is going to be offered. That is point number one. Let's look inwards within our homes and within our institutions. When a student comes back home, can he do that soldering? I'm like, as fathers and mothers, I try to tell my son, beta isko karo. If he doesn't know how to roll the pipe after filling a cooler, I think we have lost sense of our own identity. If I cannot tell my daughter how to plant a tree, and she says ki khana to Amazon se aata hai ya big basket leke aata hai, I think she doesn't know where the food is grown. It is, and I truly agree with what Dr. Himanshu said in the afternoon. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, experience. Please, as a college, as an institution framework, please take the students back to your near vicinity. Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, such a beautiful program. Please participate. These are, I would rather say, these are small snippets to bring the child back to the grassroots. Until unless that grassroots is not touched, I'm like, you pull out the grass and see what is the root. Only then that grassroots touch will come. Until that grassroots touch will not come, I don't think any amount of this thing. He's from corporate, he just said, I don't ask him technical questions. Hard skills, I don't. I look for soft skills. That soft skills will only come if we have the touch with the grassroots. So it is very important. What I feel is that we should do more social experimenting within our institutions, within our homes. And that is where the interconnect will develop. And that is what is going to lead to the student to be industry ready. That is, of course, the hard skills, no doubts.
We have a lot of educators here who are leading institutes. So any of these things are being implemented? Anybody from the audience would, yeah. So there's. Can somebody pass her the mic, please?
I am Dr. Archana Ennapure from Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, where teaching, learning, pedagogy is 70% is through practical and skill, and 30% is through classroom teaching, where the student learns not only soft skill but hard skills as well. 70% of the teaching is done through by working in the industry itself every year, and that is how the degrees are awarded in our university.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Yeah. Anybody else would like to share anything? Okay, we have another.
I'm Girija and I'm a lawyer by profession. So
Girija.
my question to you is that, is it a better way to send students for internships to learn the skill development, or is it better to have clinics within universities to hone their skills, or get the practical side of any subject that you're studying?
Who would like to, any of the panelists would like to take this?
Again, excuse me for my age, but I think you can't go wrong the moment you tell kids that, you're going to go apply yourselves, and that can be at an internship, that can be a live project, that can be, setting up an experimental fund to let them, do something on their own for some time, or set up a clinic within the school. And by school, I mean the university. And that's why I think my short response would be, you can't go wrong as long as, it's getting to the application side, it's getting to the experience side, whether it is going to be within an organization setting or within the school setting with some kind of scaffolds involved in the process.
Thank you. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Adding to what Sharad said, for me, it's a question of scale. How many can I pick? How many students are available? How many internships can I give? Am I prepared? How many industries or companies actually sit down, take pains to design an internship for a person? And the question is again back to you guys. How many of you take pains to come and sit with the industry to design something called an internship?
I don't think corporates really come back and really help the students so much to do an internship. They have to craft out something for a student. And it's very difficult to do that. So maybe the universities really need to have clinics to help the students get a better understanding of the application of that. Sorry, I interjected.
Not a problem. So going back, it's not one solution which fits all. There are institutions which have incubators. There are incubations where I participate, and those clinics happen within the college or within the school. And there are projects which are going on. There are live projects where we, research with the institutions. And that's where the internships happen in the most studious manner. They see their educator and the corporator both at the same side. They learn the principles well. And if they have doubts and if they have a challenge that, no, I was not taught this in the, in school, or there was a different outcome which was, depicted there. That's where the discussion happens on ground. See, again, going back, it's a business model. A lot of companies do not have the time and the energy to spend like this. And that's where they need the educators or the players to come in and fill what happens and how it happens. And going back to what NSDC started a few years back, looking at, partnerships from the companies like ILNFS, I've seen some of these schools, and I'm going back to basic skilling centers. I'm not talking of the higher education internships now, but again, the design remains the same. The pedagogy was same, 70% experience. There were skill labs inside, they were trained. The integration programs itself were very different because the mobilization of students happened in a very different fashion. They were shown a job which does not exist or exist in a different shade. When the person comes, even after the well-trained, background, the settlement of that guy, he's intimidated, comes from a C category town, who's not been given how he'll live, how he'll, spend time, how he'll immerse himself in the atmosphere of A corporate in the A town, where the life is too fast for those people. So we brought in a level of, comfort there for the students. We had some of the people, we called the supervisors for them. They would talk to them in the evening after the work hours and understand what were the challenges which happened. It could be a simple challenge that they were not, able to find their supervisor or their immediate boss to even talk to throughout the day. And they were ordered around by 5 different people. They didn't know whether they belong to them or not. They were told, run there, get this, do that, sit here, don't do this, don't talk, don't use this screen, things like this. Corporates are very, very tight managed ships. So to get attached there, for the students, it's very difficult. So student community should not be left alone is what I'm trying to say. They need a lot of help from all the stakeholders who need to settle them like their own kids. हम घर से बाहर भेजते हैं बच्चे को, पूरा बता के भेजते हैं, मेट्रो में चढ़ना है, ये आपका प्रीपेड कार्ड है, बेटा ऐसी मशीन होएगी, यहाँ पे पंच करना. Probably you are shadowing, many of us are shadowing them also. And to students, we don't do that.
We need to impart better skills, and corporates and the institutes need to come together to design these programs. Yeah, we have 2 more people. Yeah.
I will give you one example, which I'm from Chitkara University, Madhu Chitkara. What we are doing is, well said by Rohit, that they're giving the supervisors to the students. So we have a scheme going on in our campus because we have a school of hospitality. And they are in very much demand because of the FIFA, because of the Dubai Fest. So they were going for the placements all across the globe. So what we have started doing is that we have many guests in the campus. We are having our different functions happening, and we have made a dhaba also type of thing in our, because it's Punjab. So we have made a dhaba, and whenever the guests are there, so it is, now we have started the scheme, earning while you are learning. So they are given the responsibility under the headship of one of the supervisors from the hospitality department. They work there, they do the training. It becomes a, as well said by ma'am, that she was asking that why you are not having a training centers in the campuses. So in that way, in some of the schools, we have started doing it, and it is working very well. And the outcome is that they are placed in different industries because they are ready for it. So we don't need any industry to come to the rescue of our students to give them the training. So I think we can do it in some of the courses.
Very well said, and I think that's a great initiative by your university. So we just hope more universities take this up. There's a gentleman, he's been wanting to add something.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for organizing this program. My name is Dr. Sojan. I am principal of Mar Beselus Institute of Technology and Science from Kerala. The point which you are asking about the interdisciplinary, I'd like to add this point that in 2017, when the Smart India Hackathon was launched, we were one among the hosts among the 26 centers across India, and there are only 2 nodal centers in Kerala. So referring to the morning discussion where our chairman was mentioning, initially we put this interdisciplinary students into the national level competition, 2017 and 18. But in 2019, we become successful, and we are the winners from Bangalore and in the hardware section. And also in the next year also we are the winners. So in that group, what is special about that is, along with the mechanical students, computer science students, electronics students, and to a surprise, civil engineering one student also was in that group. So that was, I believe that group was groomed very well. And also we have a number of examples where the project-based learning is there. But madam, from the Symbiosis campus, we are very too far. I'm looking forward to visit the Symbiosis campus also. Thank you very much.
This is really nice. Thank you. Thank you. Now, trend of rapid industrialization, what is the education sector doing to incorporate the emerging need for technically skilled humans?
I mean,
This is more closest to your heart, so he's quickly picked of the, I mean, I don't have to say his name.
I'm like, there's everything under the roof that perhaps the chairman spoke in the morning that AICT is doing. And I'm like, please shoot the ideas, critical feedback that we need to improve to me, to chairman, to anybody in AICT. And we will do whatever we can to move maybe whatever we are possible in any possibility that we can do. Apart from this, what Rohit said was very, very apt. Industry does not have time. That's a very, very critical point for all educationists, educational leaders to see. Now you have to attract industry, and that is the value proposition for you. I'm like, placements will definitely come, but how do you attract the industry? That's the question, and that's the question which I take personally, and whenever I go, I try to, kind of feel the pulse. Industry will only come if they see value proposition. And industry will only come if they find that your human capital that you are producing or human resource that you are producing is employable by you. So you have to walk more than half the mile, because they are not going there to their bit, perhaps, to cross over half the mile. So you have to make that effort. And when I say you, means we as AICT is trying to do it. NEETO, Smart India Hackathon, all these were just example snippets that we, just the headlines. That there's an Idea Lab which AICT has instituted. These are some of the methods by which you can cross over the half mile and reach out to the industry. That value proposition, if it is not felt by the industry, I'm very sorry to say, whatever amount of work that you and I can do will be of no value. Because ultimately the human resource needs to be converted into point. It is not here within national level. We have to look, what ma'am said was, our students are going abroad. Very important. Ultimately, dana pani to dollar aayega India mein tabhi chalega. There have no doubts about it. Our students should be so capable that they should be employable outside the country. In the morning also, Dr. Himanshu was saying, we are not no more the consumers, we are the resource. And our resource should be globally adaptable, agile, whatever. I'm like, he's heading dexterity. So that word dexterity itself means that way. So we have to make our resource, human resource, converted into human capital that can bring back the dollars for India. That is the place where you have to target. Beyond that, technical, I'm like, it's all English that we will just be repeating. So any critical feedbacks, please bounce it to us. We will do whatever best we can to improve it.
We have a lot of hands being raised at the back.
Good afternoon, the panel and everybody over here. I'm Dr. Joshi, Director, Delhi College Business School from Indore. At this point of time, sir, the point that you just mentioned about, my college is affiliated to an international university in UK. Most of our students are from family managed businesses, but a handful of them are also from service background because their parents are working in either the government offices or in a private organization. What I have seen, I'm not being critical, but what I have seen is the whole matter is about onus of control. If we see parents, teachers at school level, and professors at university level, and even the corporates and the students, these are all the stakeholders in any individual's development. We do get the opportunity right from our childhood when we learn the Panchtantra stories, when we learn about our gods and goddesses. There's a lot of things to learn through those stories, through whether our parents have walked the talk or not. So we start establishing our value system right from our childhood. We pick and choose. What skill do I want to have? What suits to me? What will be convenient for me? And accordingly, we develop our personalities. Accordingly, our traits are developed. So in my college, I have seen students who are employers, and I also seen around about 10% of students who would do job in UK. They have got the job in UK. They are working successfully. One of them is even now promoted as a senior research analyst. And that's at undergraduate level. How this girl could do, and I can absolutely see, because she was fantastic, not only in academics, but in soft skills also. So it's a combination, no doubt about it. But I firmly believe that if the academics can be ingrained with incorporating soft skills also in line. For example, there could be more teamwork assignments. For example, as per AICTE, we have to do a lot of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav every month. So whatever projects that the institutions and universities are planning should be incorporated so that the students can be sensitized for the social community, for the pains that people are feeling, how they can be helpful for them, how they can empathize with them, how, in what capacity they can help some other person. And what is the learning that they're drawing out of it is being sensitized for others. If they have that, they'll definitely display the same at the organization where they are going to work, because that is an experiential way of learning for them. Then only they'll be able to display that. Today we have got all nuclear families. Most of the families are nuclear. How much do we get the opportunity to share our items with each other? How much we are willing to share our things with others? So while the kids are being brought up in the nuclear families, we expect them to work in teams in the corporate. So it's there the parents' responsibility lie, it's there the teachers in the school whose responsibility lie, and no doubt about the educators at university level also, who should be responsible for sustaining these values through their actions, through their talks, and giving them projects that should incorporate good values in them.
Thank you.
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you so much. We have a gentleman behind you. Can we pass on the mic to him?
Good afternoon to all. Sat Sri Akal. I am Gagandeep Singh Sodhi, representing Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College, Ludhiana, Punjab. My question is to Mr. Kailash Bansal and Rohit Anand. First of all, I need to share one of two concerns, specifically in the state of Punjab. Dr. Kailash Bansal talked about dollars coming from outside to inside. But just imagine 2 lakh students going from Punjab to Canada or Australia every year. And each student almost spending rupees 15 lakhs. You just do the calculations. So this is a mass exodus from our area to the outside world in terms of dollars or money, and in terms of brain drain also. So I think it is more going from inside to outside rather than coming from outside to inside, one concern. Second concern is, in the age of abundance, specifically in the form of Google, students, specifically even teachers and trainers, they don't even know what to do. It is more about today what to do, it's more about what not to do. You have to decide what not to do, then you go. But more about peer influence from their friends, because that is more, you can say they try to, you can say peer influence is more rather than from teachers or that. So a lot of students are going outside. So this means that is an area of concern. Second is that in every medical college, you have a hospital. So you get exposure as well experience at the same place. But in engineering college, you have only exposure to some extent. So my question to Rohit is that why under CSR there is not a institute industry exchange program? I have an industrial experience of almost 18 months. And I have been teaching for last 20 years. I know the things which I had learned during my curriculum, during my 4-year degrees program, and the things which I learned in the industry. To my point, I learned much more from industry as far as hard skills are concerned and even soft skills are concerned. No doubt in 4 years also, that were very, very important part of my life. So what I understand is that there must be some mutual exchange program between industry and academia under CSR. So that is something which is lacking. Very rightly said, in Chitkara University, they are following that program. They are doing some trainings in the form of, in the field of hospitality. They are doing something in that regard. That is kudos to that. But this is more to be done in engineering also. So this is something which is lacking. So that's why our students, our pass outs, they are not employable. because our trainers, specifically our trainers, don't mind that after their graduation, they do post-graduation, then they do doctorates. Institutions are more concerned about how many citations you have produced, how many publications you have done, in how many journals you have published your papers. So NERF ranking, everything is decided on that context. How many PhDs are there in your institutions? To my mind, what that PhD has to do with the student. A BTech student, I think, a graduate student, a graduate engineering is the highest degree in the world. You go to any top CEOs, they are graduates. Even for selecting any UPSC exam or any exam, damn exam in this country, you need to be a graduate. So according to me, graduate is the highest degree. So to my mind, a graduate with industrial experience, to which MHRD has also taken concern, and a few days back there was a news that we will be taking engineers from industries as teachers for their organizations, and they will be giving them different rankings based upon their industrial experience. So that is something, area of concern, that people should come from corporates, come from industries, do some education in the institutes, and at the same time, the trainer should be given exposure to the industries.
Thank you, sir. We'll ask Rohit to take this up. Rohit.
So it's a question of, the partnerships which need to happen. And lately you would have seen that the PPP model is working in some of the areas and the rest probably not. I am hoping that in the days to come, we will see more of it. We will come together. Make in India are the initiatives where such things are being promoted. The scale, of course, it takes time in India. Everything takes time. And probably we have answers within each one of us sitting here. You know the answer to your question very well. CSR, I'm not sure I can add any value. CSR is an area which has different connotations, different models, different things. I have a free choice to do what I feel like. If I ask me as a hospital, what do I do in CSR, or the kind of equipment we use in the OTs. So they come and get trained there. So there are observerships, there are multiple models we have employed there. So we do a lot of things. Your question, since it is more to do with engineering and I'm quite far away from that field, I can only look at biomedical side of it. I'm sorry, I'll not be able to give you any insights beyond this. Sorry? Yeah. To the second part, let me give opportunity to my other panelists to answer that.
I'll be very quick for the students going abroad. Well, sir, rightly said, students do go abroad, but we have a person here who's from abroad who has come here. So I'm like, there's an example, Tufts and Harvards. What stops him from staying there is perhaps the connect, the cultural value and everything. Another example, if you want, is Sridhar Vembu, Mr. Sridhar Vembu. He's Joho, I don't even need to count how many zeros are there, thousands of crores or something like that. He left everything and he's now there in Tamil Nadu riding his cycle and connecting with the grassroots. So there are examples that we can all cite. And it's not that the dollars are going from here to there. Dollars are also coming. That's why we are rising. I mean, like from if $2.3 trillion what we are now. I cannot fathom why we should be only looking at one side. It's a mutual exchange. That's the economy, how it flows out. So beyond this, I think we'll hear it from Sagar directly as to what he is doing on this aspect.
Go ahead, please. Yes, please go ahead. Because
since I've been called upon, I'll quickly add. If at all the concern is actually about young people going abroad and coming back or not, if you look at it, last 150 years, majority of our nation building work that we've done, most of these people have, gone to top institutions abroad and come back. Around COVID pandemic, we were talking about, hydroxychloroquine, which chloroquine to begin with started out in Bengal. A gentleman by the name of Acharya P.C. Ray, who went to University of Edinburgh, came back. He's called the father of modern chemistry here in India, wrote the Hindu Encyclopedia of Chemistry and whatnot. So came back, built Bengal Chemicals from scratch. Our space program, Vikram Sarabhai went to University of Cambridge, got his bachelor's, got his PhD, came back, built the space program. White Revolution, Verghese Kurian, Michigan State University comes back, dairy technology in India. India goes from being a milk deficient country in 1948 to the largest producer of milk in 1998, overtaking the same United States that Dr. Kurian left and came back and worked with, Tribhuvan Das Patel for that matter, M.S. Swaminathan, Satish Dhawan, so many examples. I think the question we need to be asking is, what are we teaching our kids for? And if we've taught them enough that we are teaching you in order to, get a placement, get a certain kind of pay package, then that's exactly what they'll be running for. The seeds of Tokyo, Japan, and Australia or New York are not planted, when kids are 22 years old. It is when, our television, our media, the mobile phones that our kids consume from remotest parts of our country to its biggest metropolitans, the message that we are giving is the kids who we are celebrating in our universities are the kids who, get a double-digit lakh or a double-digit crore package, depends on which part of the country they come from. Those who we are celebrating are those who, have been able to get hold of a German car or, Japanese tech devices and whatnot. If the core focus of what we are working on continues to be nation building, if we are able to tell our kids for once and at least once a year, why do we send them to school and why do we send them to college, we would have served our purpose as educators. I am almost 100% sure, without doing any kind of market survey or research, that not for one time do our kids get to really hear from parents or teachers, why do we send a generation to school? And why do we send a generation to college? And I am unsure in how many of our conversations across college campuses we are able to do that. So our kids are not supposed to, carry the burden of that moral responsibility that, okay, everybody said that what's popular is this, I'm going to do what's important. Some kind of hand-holding needs to be done there. And I am very proud to lead and serve an organization for last 14 years now, one which I founded when I was 16, where kids have received more than 110 crores in scholarships from top institutions across the world, University of Chicago, Georgetown, Stanford, Harvard, name all those institutions. These kids come from small towns and villages of our country. All of them are returning back to India and taking up problems that, they are passionate about, taking up opportunities that they are really drawn to and taking it forward. So I don't think we should be taking, where our kids go as seriously. We shouldn't be taking what our kids do as seriously, as opposed to the message we give them while they are within our institutions, 12 years of school, 4 years of college, 5 years of PhD program or more. The message that we are leaving them with, I think, is extremely important, as opposed to, coining a few phrases and moving around it.
Thank you, Sharad. Thank you. I think the debate
Thank
we
you so
started
much to
will
our
go
esteemed panelists.
beyond this panel. I mean, even I think once you step down, the debate will continue. But we've already got our cue to wind this up. So thank you so much, panelists, for being here. It's an honor to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our panelists. Thank you. I think that was a lot of insights in one panel. Thank you to our panelists. Very enlightening and insightful. Can we have a group picture of the moderator and the panelists? And Ms. Pooja Sethi, may I request you to please give away a token of appreciation to our panelists? Can I request Mr. Sridhar Mishra, Chief Revenue Officer, Zee Digital, to please come forward, sir? Can we give a big round of applause for Mr. Mishra? Can we have the mementos on stage, please? Indeed, an enlightening panel. Thank you so much for all of those insightful conversations, all our opinionated, insightful, esteemed panelists. Thank you for talking about new age careers. Thank you to our moderator and our panelists. Thank you so much. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to once again thank our presenters for the second season of the Zee Digital Edufuture Excellence Awards, presented by Amrita University, co-powered by Intel, our special partner, Purple Microport, our recharge partner, Paytm, our mobile partner, Infinix, and our digital distribution partner, Daily Hunt. Jury, ladies and gentlemen, is the backbone of any awards ceremony. And it gives me immense happiness to invite and introduce our esteemed jury members to you. I would now like to invite our jury members, Dr. Arbind Prasad, former Director General, FICCI. Can we give a big round of applause for Dr. Prasad? Thank you, Dr. Prasad, for being a jury member. And an esteemed panelists for this panel. May I also invite Dr. Himanshu Rai, Director, IIM Indore. And Mr. Sanjeev Sanghi, Head of Applied Mechanics Department at IIT Delhi, our esteemed jury and esteemed panelists for this panel. This panel is going to be moderated by Ms. Sapna Sukul, founder, EduStart Solutions. Also happens to be our survey partner. Ms. Sukul, may I request you, our moderator, to please come forward and take this session forward with our esteemed panelists. Over to you, Ms. Sapna.
Namaste, everyone, and thank you, our esteemed jury. So before we take questions to the jury and to the audience, I would just like to tell you the process which was involved. So we have the most esteemed institutions of India with us, the people who are heading these institutions. We have IAS, we have IIM, and we have IITs. So let me just tell you what was the process first. So when Zee asked that who will be the jury members, so Zee had a very rigorous policy of making a jury. So we had to have somebody from all walks of life. We had people from, we had ambassadors who could not join us, as she said, she's in Poland. We had an army veteran who is just retired as commander, who's again been called somewhere for some important work, and Dr. Kothari, who is a veteran with IIT, and many hats he wears. So he has some medical problem, he could not join us. But when we did this process, so AICT chairman was also involved, because the forms were sent to all the colleges and a thorough survey was done. So it's not that we have picked up the form and we have just invited colleges, just come. So maybe that's why you can see the gathering a little less. We could have collected around 200 colleges today, because we got calls from everywhere that why don't we become part of this? We also would like to have an award. But Zee had a fixed thing that you have to fill the survey form. So the survey forms were filled, the questions were vetted by all of us. And here we are sitting with these esteemed jury who really found time and agreed to be part of this, this award function. So first of all, thank you so much for being with us and taking out time to just be on the panel. So talking to all of you, like we, again, like I'm honored to just moderate a session where all the 3 best institutes are sitting together. So big round of applause for them, because they really deserve with this. So much knowledge they have that even 2-3 questions are like you just have to keep noting it down. That's what I was doing with all the panelists. So Mr. Prasad, I would like to know that you were in the FICCI and you have seen so many organizations and so many programs, because FICCI is famous for organizing best of the awards. So how do you find this process which we ask you to be part of?
Frankly, the success of such programs ultimately depends on the reach you have. Reach different kind of stakeholders, and the number of stakeholders involved in each. So coming to this particular programs, like if we did in FICCI, academic institutions are naturally the natural partners to this. And then you have parents and students. But others who are critically important are government agencies who fix policies and programs for the academic institutions. Then you have industries, because FICCI was. So industry, we have been hearing about internship and placement. But industry is interested in academia for many other reasons. The syllabus you fixed, pedagogy you have. Also the exchange program, someone was mentioning, that you have faculties getting exposed to the industry for a brief period, or the people in industry coming to the academic institutions and seeing the context in which academic institutions are functioning. After all, academic institutions also have limited budget. They don't have financial resources that they can just spend like anything on students or internship. So this exchange program also helps. We have been talking about globalization the whole day, but I got the sense that globalization, we are meaning that our students going to other universities. Now, these are the very old thing. In last 10 years, Indian academic institutions have expanded like anything. I jocularly said, but it is factually correct. In last 10 years in India, every week we open one new universities. Just 10, 15 years back, we had 350 universities. Today we have more than 1,000 universities. We have 1,050 universities. When we talk to US university people, we always take them as a model. But we tell them the number of students in India is more than entire population of USA. Now so we just can't see the challenges which India is facing and doing it. Also, we have academic institutions coming to such events from all over the globe looking for collaboration with Indian institutions. And Indian institutions have to get ready for such collaborations. We need to improve our system. Like when we go to US, I went to do my PhD at Yale. 1 year before, when I was applying, I knew on what date class will start, on what date course will end. But if I expect an international student to come to the university and class has to start on July, and in June end we announce that our class will start in August. Imagine, can the international student come? So our campus have to get ready to welcome international students as well. And for such things to happen, events like this also have to look for participation from global institutions.
That's a very good idea that we should encourage international universities and students to participate in these kind of conferences. And also the time difference, which you said, yes. The time, the program starting date and everything should be. So I'll note it down. So we will improvise on this.
Yes, so the G this is the only second year of the...
This is just a...
so going forward, we
are definitely incorporating. I think somebody is noting down these points and we'll keep making. So here also I'll add that last year when we did this award, so we had a questionnaire which was a slightly lengthier one. So the remarks which we got from universities was that, ma'am, the form is बहुत lengthy है, हमें भरना ही नहीं है. So maybe it's this time many of them did not fill up because thinking that the form will be that lengthy. Lot of ideas went into it and we tried to make the form simpler. Having said that, we'll take more ideas from all of you and we will incorporate those changes next year. Coming to you, Dr. Rai, I wanted to say that Dr. Rai, I have been following him for almost a year. And I really wanted him to be part of this jury this year. So thank you so much. I would like to ask you, yes, you have been talking about a lot about university and IIM. And we can see that the way you have taken IIM Indore to a different level. A different question which I would like to ask, because we are all being so many defense people are here. So Agnipath is a scheme which is talked about everywhere. And I know this is not the forum, but I just want, because we are all wanting to know that it's a very, And with such platforms also we can promote this scheme, because that's the vision of our Prime Minister and vision of some youth which we have been talking about. So how do you see this scheme going forward? And in your view, what do you want to tell all of us about this?
Okay, so this is almost like what they say, a curveball, not an area which I'm supposed to be an expert in. But nonetheless, like any other person, I have a view on this. And therefore, to me, there are two elements over here. First of all, a lot of times people think in terms of either or. Like, for example, even when it comes to languages, there's some people who say, कि English की जगह ये होना चाहिए, and my whole point is both coexist. My first language was Sanskrit. My second language was English. Hindi was my third language, and Bhojpuri was my fourth, and Punjabi fifth, and so on and so forth. And I know all of those languages, and I love all of those languages. Now, likewise, when it comes to Agnipath, or the Agniveers, creation of Agniveers, it's not a question of either or, that is this right or is that right. Coming specifically to Agnipath, the plan is to give people a training which is going to equip them with skills, and most importantly, I think Rinku was talking about it, that we need soft skills. In a conference where there were about 300 deans, we agreed upon the top 10 skills which would be required in the post-Fourth Industrial Revolution world. And my friends from the academia would agree with me that getting 300 academics to agree on something, it's pretty phenomenal. It's almost an impossible task, but we did agree. And of those 10 skills, 5 of them were soft skills. And some of them were collaboration, negotiation, handling conflicts, complex decision-making. Now, if you look at the armed forces and the kind of training that they get, I think this is precisely what they're taught. They're taught to collaborate. They're taught to work together. They're taught to make complex decisions, because the decisions that they make will eventually either take somebody's life or it's their life at stake. And therefore, those are extremely complicated decisions. Emotional intelligence. Many people think that people in the armed forces are emotionless. No, not at all. Managing emotions. Because you do go through an emotional turmoil. When your life is in danger, or if you are shooting somebody, there is an emotional turmoil. So to me, these are life skills. To me, these are extremely important skills. And therefore, I will not connect them with employability at all. Absolutely. In fact, if somebody asks me, should everyone be taught this? I would say exactly, yes. This should be taught to everyone. Because then, no matter what employment they choose, be it the armed forces or be it an academic like me, these skills are going to be equally important. And these are the skills which are required in the world where most of the semi-skilled and even skilled jobs are going to be done by machines, robots, and artificial intelligence.
I could totally agree, because the 21st century skills which he's talking about, where the critical thinking or innovation, everything is being taught through the scheme. And I hope this scheme goes further and it takes some shape, because it's going to benefit all of us. Coming to you, Sajeev, like when we were talking about you and we were discussing about this award, so I was quite fascinated by his degrees. So he is an IIT student. He studied in IIT. He went to a foreign university, which is the topmost university in the world. And he left a very luxurious job there and came back to IIT, his alma mater, to serve there. So what brings you to be an IITian? Or so would you like to share that? What is it that brings you back to our mother, like our own country, and leaving that job?
Thanks. Well, as far as my story goes, so to say, well, when you first go to an institute like IIT, you just are totally, you find that the way things are taught, they are way different than what we had in school. Except maybe 1 or 2 subjects where we had some very good teachers. But on an average, if you look at the way skill sets are imparted at IIT, it's a totally different way of how we learn. And the whole focus is not on rote learning, but on a lot of emphasis on fundamentals, on how, what are the, because basically in we studied engineering. In engineering, what do we learn? What do we study? There is some real life phenomena which we model using maths and physics. And so whenever you do anything like this, what you realize is that whenever you come to a model, there will be certain assumptions and certain things. In school or in typical teaching, we are generally taught just the formulas. And we just are taught apply the formulas. But the difference which in good teaching and which I found, at least at IIT Kanpur, where I studied, was that the focus was on how these things were arrived at, and in particular, where would these not be valid. So that means even though the formula is there, but often it will not be valid. So once you understand how it comes, then you can use it in any situation. And then even in a situation where this is not valid, you'll try to think as to how it can be taken forward.
So that's what you're doing now in IIT?
And now as a teacher, so while as a student, you're trying to get as much as you can from the teachers, and that happens only in a few subjects. Because others where you don't find good teachers, you just sort of let go, you just go for grades or whatever, to be honest. But as a teacher now, and that is where the connect between the teacher and the student came, and for me, as a student, I decided
And what made you just leave the US and come back to India and be here then?
Well, I went to the US so that I could come back to India.
Okay.
Because I knew if I have to get at that time at least, we didn't, that to get to IIT, I needed a PhD. And so I wanted to learn all the skills which I could get there. And then with that, I just came back to India after getting that.
Thank you so much. Mr. Prasad, you have been in administrative service for almost more than 2 decades, and we have seen that recognition is something which should come naturally and to all of them. Being in that service, we have also seen that at times people are not recognized for the work they do. And here what we are doing today is recognizing most of the colleges which have done some exemplary work, be it from anywhere part of India. So do you think that how we can maybe improve this recognition, or what we are doing is good, or anything which you would like to contribute here?
Well, as you said, recognition is always about the work, about the achievement. But whenever there are large number of institutions or individuals whom we are trying to identify the work they are doing, a process has to develop. Unfortunately, in such situation, many times process takes over the basic objective of recognizing the achievements. So there is a very difficult task of balancing the process over achievements. And I don't know anyone has found the right solution to that. Even in the best national award like Padma Shri and Padma Vibhushan, you do find controversy do erupts. Many a times people have different notions about their own achievement, their own work. Also, you don't know what others are doing. So this process will, to the extent we can make it more transparent in the beginning, how the process will be adopted, and in the end, it will become more satisfying to the stakeholders. But I don't think, in my experience, there is a unique way of doing things, because whenever there are a large number of participants involved, some process will have to be developed. You cannot go by perceptions, and once there is a process, sometimes achievements, the process do take over the achievements.
Thank you so much. Dr. Rai, when he talked about processes and what system should be developed. So we are talking in a larger context. We see that India, we are talking more about Sode Ki Chidiya, we want to make India again. So what is the roadmap of future superpower India in next 20 years? From your, you have, I'm asking this question because I followed this and you spoke very well in one of the
This is a very interesting question. This is something that we've been deliberating. I'm a part of a small group which, with the advice of Dr. Jitendra Singh, is working on something called Vision 2047. And right from the beginning, the one thing that I've always maintained and the one suggestion that I've always had is that before we even talk about making India a global power, we need to understand what does a global power mean. I mean, today the global power is a country, perhaps, which has the maximum number of nuclear weapons. Now, is that the universe that we wish to create? And therefore, to me, the first thing that we as a country need to do is that along with the vision, add a pinch of imagination. What is the kind of a world that we wish to be a part of? What is that kind of a universe that we wish to step into? And to create that universe, what kind of a country do we wish to create? Once we have answered that question, and I'm not going to sit in value judgment and say, oh, I want a country which has equality, I want a country which has happiness. I don't know. That's my view. But as a country, I think we need to do this Atma Chintan. And first of all, say कि हमारे लिए global power का मतलब क्या है? इसका अर्थ क्या है? इसका तात्पर्य क्या है? Once that clarity comes in, the second thing we need to understand is nobody else is going to create that universe for us. You and I will have to work for it. And therefore, therein comes the roadmap. And for that roadmap, there are two essential things that I would want to talk about. One is the realization of responsibility along with the rights. So we keep talking about the rights. We don't talk about the duties. We don't talk about the responsibilities. And therefore, we need to talk about the responsibilities. For example, people said infrastructure हमारा अच्छा नहीं है. लेकिन यदि हमारे सारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में सो एंड सो इससे प्यार करता है वो लिखा रहेगा तो कैसे काम चलेगा? लोग बोलते हैं हमारे यहाँ ट्रैफिक खराब है. यदि लोग सिर पे हेलमेट पहनने की बजाय उसको बाहां पे पहन करके गाड़ी चलाएंगे तो कैसे काम चलेगा? And therefore, what we have to understand is what is the duty and the responsibility that we have on our part. And the second and important thing, and this is also in context of the academic world as well as the world of entrepreneurs. मेरे से पहले entrepreneurs यहाँ पे थे और corporate जगत के भी लोग थे. As a society, now I don't have the time to expound on it, but I would really want you to take this thought back and think about it. As a society, we need to appreciate and celebrate failure as well. We celebrate only success, that's a big problem. Till such time that we reward only success and not failures, we will never get a Google or a Facebook coming out of India. ये Google और Facebook एक बार में पहली बार आके successful नहीं बन गए थे. For every unicorn that India has produced 14 unicorns in this, by this year itself, in this year itself. For every unicorn that we have produced, we have had 90 failures. 90% of the startups fail. But we need to celebrate them. We need to tell them that it's okay to fail. Just because you fail in one or two things does not make you a failure. You become a failure the day you stop trying. So if as parents, if as educators, if as policy makers, we can also understand failure better and take away the stigma out of it, I think we will be able to achieve that vision that we are currently on.
Thank you so much. So we should celebrate failure, as he said. So even this conference, when we started, so we were a little jittery, sir, that should we do a physical event or should it be virtual because of the rising cases. But we had this, that we will do it. Even if it is a failure, we will celebrate. Success, we will definitely celebrate. But with God's grace, it's been successful, and thanks to all of you. Sajeev, I would like to ask you, like, we are talking a lot about 21st century skills where innovation, collaboration, critical thinking, everything. IIT sums it all. आप बताते हैं, हम लोग जो सुनते आ रहे कि IIT एक ऐसा hub है जहाँ से dream. Even my son had this dream. He couldn't go to IIT, that's a different thing. Is there any way that colleges which are not IIT level or which are not, can they collaborate? Do you have certain schemes where people can just walk into IIT and say that, yes, I have seen and my college is associated. And you can learn from those colleges.
Yes, so we do have schemes like even in today's newspaper, if you read, we had a program at IIT Delhi where we called the school children. So school children were called and we have a place called the Maker Space. And for the past 1 month, the selected school children, they were working in the labs and now they have come up with small proof of concepts of small things which they have made
over the past 1 month. So these sort of programs we are getting into. We also have a thing like what we call an open house on which on the day IIT is open to all. But in addition to that, collaborations also do take place. For example, we have a program in summers where people can apply, and if they want to do research.
College students can apply?
This is the program I'm talking of is for the faculty at different colleges. They can come for 2 months in the summers. Well, I think this got stopped because of COVID. But otherwise, we were having it regularly for the past about 10 years. And they come here and they work with one of us so that they can think in terms of if they want to go for a PhD, they could work with us. So many such things are there, and if there are more suggestions, we'll be open for
Thank you.
having more
Thank
of
you
them.
so much. So I'll just ask a quick, please. Would you like to ask some questions? I think they were just listening, or they were just, yeah, please. Mike, please. No. Introduce yourself. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Isha. I'm the
Your
executive
mask,
director.
you can remove your mask.
I'm Isha Patel. I'm the executive director
You
at
look very
Madhanchan
young.
Professional University. Yes, I just started working, ma'am. As someone who's just started working, and I'm really young, what I've realized is that you all, at least the two of you, you belong to premier institutions of this
Three of them,
country.
all three of
yes,
them.
sir does, but as teachers as well. Both of you belong to premier institutions of this country, and I feel like there are very few of them. And with the kind of population that we have here, I see that not all kids are able to get that kind of an opportunity or that environment. Of course, all of us as educators here are trying our best to give quality education to our students. But my question to all three, whoever may want to answer it, is how do you see us bridging that gap in terms of quality education? Because comparing even the best private university to an IIT or an IIM, I think it's still a far way to go. So how do you see us as a country bridging that gap?
Okay, so I'll feel first. First of all, I do not agree with the notion that everyone has to study in an IIT and an IIM. People ought to do what they wish to. As in the previous panel, I was telling them that I wanted to study something completely different. But I got into engineering because, by the way, all three of us are guilty of that. All three of us are engineers. All three of us are from Kanpur in different capacities, so on and so forth. And it's not by design.
It's not by design. Yeah.
We just got to know that this happens to be the case. I did not have those opportunities. I was not aware of those opportunities, and this was something that was ingrained inside me that has to be either engineering or medicine. And since I didn't like biology, engineering was a default kind of a choice. And therefore, the first thing that we need to do is we need to make students, children, realize that they can be anything that they want. They don't have to necessarily be an engineer or a doctor or a management this thing. Once that is done, and if we assume that lots of other people want to become, say, want to be a part of the IIT system, want to be a part of the IIM system, what we are doing from our end, and I think I can speak on behalf of both because IIT and IIM Indore both are working together also with a joint degree program, is we are trying to democratize education by offering more programs. Now, online space has actually given us an opportunity to do so. And just like what he said, even we have a faculty development program because, see, it's about capacity building. Ultimately, I have 105 faculty members, and there are only so many people that they can teach or mentor. But what we are trying to do is we are trying to mentor other faculty from other institutions, and at the same time learning from them. You have to also get rid of the notion that IITs and IIMs are the best, and the faculty at IITs and IIMs are the best. Faculty is a faculty. You can be a bad faculty even as a part of an IIM or an IIT. You can be a great faculty even if you're sitting under a tree. I know of my kaka, my father's eldest brother. He's no more. But he used to teach when I used to go to my village and I used to spend my entire summer vacations. Pura Grishma Kalin Avkash mein wahin karta tha. बरगद के पेड़ के नीचे देयर वाज नो स्कूल, बट उस बरगद के पेड़ के नीचे भी मैंने बहुत सारे भविष्य बनते देखे हैं और उन्होंने आगे जा करके बहुत अच्छा किया है. And therefore, you can find good teachers everywhere. What we need to do, and I think it's our responsibility as premier institutions, is we need to build capacity. We need to democratize education. We need to provide opportunities. So, for example, at IIM Indore, we actually invite students from underprivileged parts of the society and those schools who are not good schools in terms of the infrastructure, etc., to come and spend an entire day. Just because I believe in experience, कि वहाँ की हवा में सांस लोगे और वहाँ का कैंपस देखोगे तो खुद ही अंदर से लगेगा कि मैं और ज़्यादा मेहनत करूँ. And I think by doing all of these and working together, and at IIM Indore, I've always said we would love to work with anyone, any universities. In fact, there are some colleges in Indore itself who are collaborating with us.
Absolutely.
They have picked up our rural engagement program. We are mentoring some of the other colleges. We have an MOU with Gujarat University. We have an MOU with Lucknow University. So we are also tying hands. We also tying up with the universities so that together we can collaborate. We can provide our expertise, but we can never match a university for its sheer breadth. They have all the departments. They have all different kinds of schools. And therefore, together we can do a lot more. I think that is the way forward.
Brilliant. You would like to? Yes, please.
Professor Himanshu did hint somewhat, but I'll make it more specific. The quality itself is in context. Quality is not uniformly applicable. What is taught at IIT Kanpur, where I studied, is not relevant for most of the Indian industries. In fact, when I was graduating, large number of Indian industry will not even come to the campus. Because IIT Kanpur, students, what they are taught is always looking for the research, leadership and all that. But most of the industry is routine work. Whether you are doing on middle level, basic level, floor level, you have to work there. You have to work there day in, day out. You have to be satisfied with what you are working and not look for all the time to move up. So when you as an academic institution are serving to a particular industry, particular society, particular set of people, you have to think what will be the quality in your context. If you are in a rural setting, if your students are very happy to work in fertilizer companies or in the agriculture sector, spraying pesticides, serving food processing, packaging and all that, that is the best quality rather than IITs which are looking for latest research paper and all that. So not 300 million students we have in India are going to IIT, and if they are trained like IIT, Indian economy will collapse. So I'll assure you on that. So the quality has to be in the context. Whatever you are doing, whatever set of students you are serving, whatever those students after graduating from your institution will go, they have to be ready for that. And that will be the quality.
So true. So here we are where you have an open invitation to collaborate with IIT and IIMs of best of the institutes. And they also said that the ones who are sitting across the stage are also the best. That's how you people are here. So thank you so much for our esteemed jury who are part of this jury session. And just going through the forms and just because we are so transparent that everyone who's come here has actually filled the form. And we see Zee Edufuture going miles and carrying more colleges next year. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists. Thank you for that insightful conversation. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, our jury members. And thank you, Ms. Sapna, for moderating the panel. May I request Mr. Sridhar Mishra, Chief Revenue Officer, to please come forward. Mr. Sridhar, if you're here with us, to give away the mementos to our panelists. Sorry, we are just going to have Mr. Sridhar. Can I in turn invite Mr. Devdas Krishnan, Chief Business Officer at Zee, to please come forward, sir, to give away the mementos to our esteemed panelists. Our jury members, thank you, Dr. Arvind Prasad, Dr. Himanshu Rai, and Mr. Sanjeev Sanghi. Our moderator, Ms. Sapna Sukul from EduStart Solutions. Thank you so much. We also have our esteemed guest, ladies and gentlemen. आइए जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं डेप्यूटी सीएम दिल्ली श्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी का. Thank you to our panelists for that lovely, insightful discussion. Thank you, jury members. Well, insightful conversations, educators from across the country, some wonderful panels that we've heard today. Thank you so much, everybody who's been here with us at Amrita University presents Edufuture Excellence Awards, co-powered by Intel. This is the second season of our Edufuture Excellence Awards, and taking forward the legacy from season 1 of awarding, rewarding, recognizing the wonderful work done by all of you heroes in the field of education across the country, institutions, teachers, all of you who empower and build the nation. This is the day to award, reward, and recognize your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, it gives me immense happiness to welcome on stage for lamp lighting our dignitaries. We've had the honor of having here with us Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Shri Manish Sisodia ji. Can we give a big round of applause? Manish ji, आपसे विनती करेंगे कृपया दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए मंच पर आएं. Let's light the lamp of knowledge. Accompanying sir, can we request Mr. Sridhar Mishra, Chief Revenue Officer, Zee Digital, Mr. Devdas Krishnan, Chief Business Officer, Zee Digital, Dr. Himanshu Rai, Director, IIM Indore, Dr. Arvind Prasad, former Director General, FICCI, and Mr. Sanjeev Sanghi, Head of Applied Mechanics Department, IIT, Delhi. Vakratund Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Devam Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. Let's invoke God's blessings and light the lamp of knowledge. Dignitary से विनती करेंगे कृपया दीप प्रज्वलन करके आज की इस खूबसूरत मौके को आगे लेकर जाएं. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे मनीष सिसोदिया जी का.
Deva Brahma Rupastham Jyotisha ब्रह्मरूपस्थं ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः नवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो नवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत्.
Thank you so much. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you to our dignitaries. Manish sir, we will request you to please stay on stage. A group photo opportunity of our dignitaries. Thank you to our dignitaries. Manish sir, we'll request you to please stay back on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you on stage a revolutionary in the field of education. Somebody who has changed the face of education in Delhi. A revolutionary never seen before who's given a new dimension to education. The Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi. With his strong research and training, he has introduced new dimensions to curriculum, like happiness curriculum, Desh Bhakti, mindset. He was here representing us at the World Education Forum 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, an active journalist, an ex-active journalist with Zee News, All India Radio. And we all know about his struggle to get the Right of Information Act passed. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you a leader par excellence. He holds education, finance, planning, land, building, vigilance, services, women and child development, art, culture, languages, and so many other departments. We are delighted with your presence, sir. Can we please give a big round of applause for Shri Manish Sisodia ji? We would now like to begin your keynote, sir, and thank you so much, Ms. Pooja, for being here with us, ma'am. May we request you to please take this forward.
Thank you, sir. It's an honor to have you here with us. And Mr. Sisodia, as Sonam rightly said, he is the man who's been credited to have changed the face of education in Delhi. The best epithets that describe him are visionary, committed, and determined. And there's a lot we all can learn from you. He has been consistently working to bring about noticeable change in education, governance, and job creation in Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to once again give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you everybody.
Sir, Delhi's education model is one story that India is proudly boasting of across party lines. So how did you achieve that?
Thank you very much इस warm welcome के लिए और मुझे यहाँ बुलाने के लिए भी और एक ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म पे जहाँ IIT और IIM जैसे इंस्टीट्यूशंस के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव बैठे हों वहाँ भी और अदरवाइज भी ये कहना कि हमने एजुकेशन में सब कुछ बदल दिया है इट वुड बी रॉन्ग एंड टू एरोगेंट ऐसा नहीं कि हम एजुकेशन पे पहली बार बात कर रहे हैं हमसे IIT हमने नहीं बनवाया था जी IIM भी हमने नहीं बनवाया था हम तो जुम्मा 6 साल पुरानी पार्टी है पर देश में आपने पूछा कि कैसे किया मुझे लगता है उससे पहले डिफाइन होना जरूरी है कि हमने किया क्या है क्योंकि कैसे किया तो बाद में समझ में आएगा पहले ये तय हो जाए हमने कुछ किया है कि नहीं किया है क्योंकि जब हम कह रहे हैं हमने IIT नहीं बनवाया IIM नहीं बनवाया तो हमने किया क्या
You being very, very modest, आपने जो grassroots पे education का structure change किया है, I think that is something we're all proud of.
एजुकेशन में दो इम्पोर्टेंट चीजें हैं एजुकेशन सिस्टम की बात करें तो एक तो है कि स्काई इज द लिमिट और दूसरा है बॉटम लाइन मतलब आप अपने बच्चे को पढ़ा के इतना अच्छा पढ़ाओगे कि वो IIT जाएगा IIM जाएगा नासा में काम करेगा दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी कंपनी को चलाएगा देश का टॉप ब्यूरोक्रेट बनेगा ये सब स्काई इज द लिमिट है वो हम हमेशा से करते रहे हैं आज़ादी के बाद से हमेशा हमने अचीव किया है ये सब हर साल हम बच्चों भेजते हैं लेकिन बॉटम लाइन हमारी गड़बड़ा गई जिस वक्त हमने ये सुनिश्चित किया कि हमारे देश में IITs होने चाहिए, हमारे देश में IIM होने चाहिए, उस वक्त हम भूल गए, मैं नहीं कहूँगा, पर कहीं चूक गए ये तय करना कि ठीक है हमारा सबसे बेस्ट बच्चा IIT में जाके बैठेगा, सो फार सो गुड, लेकिन हमारा उस पूरी लाइन में अगर 1 लाख बच्चे हैं या 1000 बच्चे हैं तो 1000वां बच्चा कहाँ खड़ा होगा? उसको अपनी टेक्स्ट बुक पढ़नी आ रही होगी, उसको अपना कम से कम ABCD पढ़ना आ रहा होगा, उसको एक बेसिक एप्लीकेशन लिखनी आ रही होगी, उसको एक बेसिक जॉब ओरिएंटेड स्किल होगा उसके पास में, हम वो भूल गए। तो हम दिल्ली में जो कोशिश कर रहे हैं उस बॉटम लाइन को थोड़ा ऊपर लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि स्काई इज द लिमिट है, पर हम ये गारंटी लेना चाहते हैं कि अगर मेरे पास 22 लाख बच्चे, आज की तारीख में मेरे पास 18 लाख बच्चे गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में हैं और टोटल देखें तो 44 लाख बच्चे स्कूल एजुकेशन सिस्टम में, तो एक बच्चे को हम इनके यहाँ पढ़ने IIT भेजेंगे वो हम गारंटी ले रहे हैं, लेकिन हम ये भी गारंटी ले रहे हैं कि हमारा जो 44 लाखवां बच्चा होगा वो भी कम से कम इतना जरूर होगा कि वो इतना जरूर कर पाएगा, हम वहाँ चुक रहे हैं, वो हमने हासिल किया है। और उसके लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट था कि उसको हासिल करने के लिए वी ब्रिंग द पॉलिटिकल विल टू द टेबल। एक पॉलिटिकल विल है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी खुद IITian हैं, और उसके साथ साथ एक अच्छी टीम, और जब पॉलिटिकल विल है तो बजट, आमतौर पे एजुकेशन बजट में पीछे रह जाती है, सो आई थिंक ऑल दैट मेक थिंग्स पॉसिबल।
जैसे मैंने कहा डिटर्मिनेशन और विल था चेंज करने का, which you have achieved, and it is an exemplary example for the whole country to see and follow now. Also, government schools earlier used to be talked about for lack of infrastructure. तो वो आपने कैसे चेंज किया वो सिनेरियो?
वही कि जब मैंने स्कूलों में जाना शुरू किया तो ऑब्वियसली जब 2015 में मैंने एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर के रूप में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में काम करना शुरू किया, तो हमें भी जब सरकार में आए तो सर आइए स्कूल दिखाते हैं, और दिल्ली में 10-15 स्कूल तो वहाँ भी थे बहुत अच्छे अच्छे वाले जो एकदम शाइनिंग स्टार थे गवर्नमेंट स्कूल। तो मैंने भी अधिकारियों को कहा यार ये तो मुझे भी पता है कि तुम्हारा एक रोहिणी में, एक द्वारका में, एक सूरजमल विहार में कुछ अच्छे स्कूल्स हैं, मैं पटपड़गंज से आता हूँ, मंडावली गांव का स्कूल देखते हैं चलो। मेरे विधानसभा में एक शशि गार्डन की झुग्गियाँ हैं, वहाँ का स्कूल देखते हैं ना, ये रोहिणी वाला स्कूल छोड़ दो, वहाँ आपने एक अच्छा बना रखा है पहले से। तो 17 मॉडल स्कूल थे यहाँ पे, और सबको कोई दुनिया से आ जाए, देश से आ जाए, विदेश से आ जाए, सबको वही दिखाते थे। तो मैंने कहा उसमें चलते हैं ना, जो मैंने देखा है उसमें तो छोड़ो। तो वहाँ गए तो वहाँ जाके देखा कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की कमी है, वो टेंट वाला स्कूल बोलते थे उसको। मैं जाके बच्चों से पूछा तो बच्चे भी रोने लगे, जी हमारी तो किस्मत ही खराब है। ऐसे फिर दिल्ली भर के स्कूलों में घूमा। एक इस हाउस के लिए इम्पोर्टेंट शायद एक एंडोर्समेंट है जो पिछले उस दौरान मैंने सुना। एक सरकारी स्कूल में मेरे को एक बच्चे ने बोला, ऐसे जनरली जब हम जैसे लोग जाते हैं तो वहाँ बच्चों के कंधे पे हाथ रख के बोलते अरे नहीं नहीं बच्चे तुम तो देश का भविष्य हो। सो वन बॉय रिएक्टेड टू माई दिस ब्लेसिंग यू कैन से, बोला सर हमको आप कह रहे हो हम देश का भविष्य हैं, देश का भविष्य हम थोड़े ही हैं, देश का भविष्य तो प्राइवेट स्कूलों में पढ़ता है, हम तो सरकारी स्कूलों के बच्चे हैं। वो बहुत पिंच किया मुझको, और उसके बाद से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे क्योंकि बजट था खुद जा के अच्छे से बनाया, और मतलब खड़े होकर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ठीक कराया। फिर लैब कैसी होगी, लाइब्रेरी कैसी होगी, फिर प्रिंसिपल से बात की, उन्होंने कहा साहब हमको ये बताइए कि हम ये 3000 बच्चों को पढ़ने का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, 70, 80, 90 टीचर्स की टीम है, तो हम बच्चों को पढ़ाएं या प्रिंसिपल ये देखे कि इतने बड़े स्कूल में टोंटी ठीक से लगी है कि नहीं लगी, स्विच ठीक से काम कर रहा है कि नहीं। जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन था। तो हमने फिर सारे प्रिंसिपल्स को पहली बार स्कूल सिस्टम में, मुझे नहीं पता हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम के बहुत लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, स्कूल सिस्टम के भी बैठे हैं, बट स्कूल सिस्टम में हमने एस्टेट मैनेजर दिए। हमने कहा पूरी बिल्डिंग को मैनेज करने के लिए एस्टेट मैनेजर होगा, और उसको सरकार अपॉइंट नहीं करेगी, मतलब सरकार एज ए होल कि सेंट्रली अपॉइंटेड नहीं होंगे, आप खुद प्रिंसिपल और उनके 2 टीचर्स की टीम उनको अपॉइंट करती है, वही उनको हायर करती है, वही फायर करती है, तो अकाउंटेबिलिटी भी वही है लोकल लेवल पे। तो वो हमने उनको दिए, उससे बहुत सुधार हुआ।
वो सुधार सबको दिख रहा है, एंड विच इज़ रियली ऑल्सो आपने स्कूल्स में मेंटल वेलबींग का प्रोग्राम शुरू किया, विच वाज अगेन अ न्यू स्टार्ट। उसकी इंस्पिरेशन कहाँ से आई?
तो 2-3 चीज़ें हुई, जैसे बजट बढ़ाया, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अच्छा कर दिया, उसके बाद टीचर्स की ट्रेनिंग हमने विदेशों में खूब कराई, देश विदेश में। IIM से बैठे हैं, मैं अभी हिमांशु जी से बात कर रहा था कि हम IIM अहमदाबाद से करा रहे हैं, लखनऊ से करा रहे हैं, अभी मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि IIM इंदौर भी हमारे टीचर्स को, प्रिंसिपल्स को ट्रेनिंग दे। तो प्रिंसिपल और टीचर की खूब ट्रेनिंग कराई। ऑब्वियसली उससे रिजल्ट अच्छे आने लगे। जो बच्चे पहले 30, 40, 25, 45% ला के 70-80% बच्चे पास होते थे, वो 100% बच्चे पास होने लगे। अब रिक्शे वाले का बच्चा, धोबी का बच्चा बिना कोचिंग किए IIT में जाके पढ़ रहा है, एरोस्पेस इंजीनियरिंग की पढ़ाई कर रहा है। एक लड़का जो द्वारका में एक जो सोसाइटी के छज्जे के नीचे जो प्रेस करते हैं ना, उनका बेटा है, और केवल सरकारी स्कूल से बिना कोचिंग के आपके यहाँ पहुँच गया है। सो वो सब होने लगा। तो CM साहब ने एक बात मुझसे कही कि यार रिजल्ट अच्छे आने लगे, बिल्डिंग अच्छी हो गई, स्कूलों का नाम हो गया, लेकिन एक अचीवमेंट जो कंट्रीब्यूशन जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम का होना चाहिए कि हमें देश को अच्छे इंजीनियर, डॉक्टर, अच्छे मैनेजर वो तो देने ही हैं, लेकिन देश को अच्छे इंसान भी तो देने हैं, वो कैसे देंगे? तो उस पर बहुत एक्सप्लोर किया कि भाई क्या कर सकते हैं। जितनी गारंटी हम ये दे सकते हैं कि ये हमारा बच्चा है, इसको अच्छी फिजिक्स आती है, इसको अच्छी अंग्रेजी आती है, क्या हम ऐसे भी गारंटी ले सकते हैं कि ये हमारा बच्चा है, ये अच्छा इंसान है, ये महिलाओं के साथ दुर्व्यवहार नहीं करेगा, कहीं काम करेगा तो, ये किसी सरकारी दफ्तर में बैठेगा तो बेईमानी नहीं करेगा, सड़क पे जाएगा तो राउडी नहीं होगा, ये गारंटी ले सकते हैं क्या? इस पर एजुकेशन सिस्टम साइलेंट है। तो हमने उसी के लिए ये प्रयोग शुरू किया हैप्पीनेस करिकुलम का, कि नर्सरी से लेके 8वीं तक हम अपने सारे बच्चों को डेली एक पीरियड लेते हैं हैप्पीनेस क्लास का। उसमें सब बच्चों का मेडिटेशन होता है रोज़ाना क्लास में, और उनकी इमोशनल वेलबींग की चर्चा होती है। उनके अंदर जिसको कहते हैं ना कि एक एक्सटर्नल साइंस है, एक इंटरनल साइंस है, तो इंटरनल साइंस की खूब बातचीत होती है उस पर। उसके विजिबल इफेक्ट बहुत आ रहे हैं। बच्चे एक तो खुद फोकस होने लगे हैं। मैंने बच्चों से पहले साल से ही पूछना शुरू किया कि भाई ये हैप्पीनेस करिकुलम शुरू हुआ, इसके क्या फ़ायदे हो रहे हैं आपको, बच्चों से, टीचर्स से, पेरेंट्स से। मैं 2 छोटे-छोटे से एग्जांपल आपको देता हूँ। एक लड़की ने मुझको बोला एक स्कूल में कि मैं ऐसे जाके पूछता हूँ कि यार आपके पेरेंट्स कहते हैं फालतू में एक सब्जेक्ट और बढ़ा दिया, टीचर्स भी दुखी है, बच्चे भी दुखी हैं, तो ऐसा करते हैं इसको बंद कर देते हैं, हैप्पीनेस की क्लास को बंद कर देते हैं। तो एवरीबडी से नहीं नहीं सर इसको बंद नहीं करना, आप फिजिक्स के 4 चैप्टर काट दो, इसको बंद मत करना। तो मैंने कहा क्या फ़ायदा है? तो ऐसे एक क्लास में मुझे एक लड़की ने बोला कि जी देखिए, विद ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट टू हर फैमिली, बोली मेरे घर में थोड़ा जेंडर अपनी भाषा अपने शब्दों में उसने बयान किया। मैं काफ़ी पुरानी बात है, मैं अपने शब्दों में उसको आर्टिकुलेट कर रहा हूँ। उसने बोला कि मैं एक ऐसे घर से आती हूँ जहाँ जेंडर बायसेस हैं। मेरे भाई को प्राइवेट स्कूल में पढ़ाया जाता है, मुझे गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में भेजा जाता है। यूनिफॉर्म, ब्रेकफास्ट, पैसा, सब में हर जगह वो तो लड़का है, मैं लड़की हूँ, ये जेंडर डिस्क्रिशन होता है। और जब मैं स्कूल आती हूँ तो मुझे सुबह सुबह ब्रेकफास्ट से मेरे घर में झगड़ा शुरू हो जाता है। बोली मैं रोज़ रोती थी स्कूल आते हुए, और हमेशा फिर मैं पढ़ती क्या। बोली लेकिन जब से ये हैप्पीनेस का पीरियड शुरू हुआ है तो मैं आके पहले मेडिटेशन करती हूँ स्कूल में आके, उसके बाद कुछ पॉजिटिव इमोशनल साइंस की वेलबींग की अच्छी एक्टिविटी होती है। बोली मेरे वो 45 मिनट मुझे पूरे दिन के लिए चार्ज कर देते हैं, एंड देन आई फोकस ऑन स्टडी। फिर मैं अपना पूरा सर्वस्व लगा के स्टडी करती हूँ। सो ये एक अच्छी चीज़ जो बच्चों से अंदर से आई, बच्चों के अंदर बहुत पॉजिटिव अप्रोच आई है। दूसरा एग्जाम्पल एक क्विक एक फैमिली से देना चाहूँगा। मैं फैमिली से भी मैं इंटरेक्ट करता हूँ कि ये क्या फ़र्क पड़ रहा है इनका। एक मदर ने शेयर किया, अगेन फ्रॉम ए पुअर फैमिली, बोली पहले हमारा बच्चा एकदम घर पे आता था, जैसा कि जनरली टीनेज में एक होता है ना, मतलब वो टीनेज ही क्या जो बागी ना हो, तो एक हल्का सा बागीपना रहता था, और पेरेंट्स को हैंडल नहीं करना आता है उसको। बोली हमें समझ नहीं आता था क्या करें, लेकिन जब से हैप्पीनेस क्लास शुरू हुई है इसका बिहेवियर घर में बदल गया है। तो मैंने कहा गिव मी सम एग्जांपल, ऐसे तो समझ नहीं आएगा। सो शी गेव वेरी प्रॉम्प्ट एग्जांपल। बोली पहले आता था, मैं कहती थी खाना खा ले, तो बड़ा लड़ झगड़ के खाना खाता था, पर ये 5-6 महीने से जब से हैप्पीनेस क्लास शुरू हुई है आपकी, आपने जो भी शुरू किया, बोली घर आता है, प्यार से बात करता है। एक बार मैं पूछती हूँ कि खाना खा ले, वो मेरे से पूछता है कि आपने खा लिया, और ना सिर्फ पूछता है, पुअर फैमिली से आता है। बोले कई बार तो किचन में जाके चेक करता है कि मम्मी ने वाकई खा लिया है, मम्मी के लिए बचाया कि नहीं बचाया, या आउट ऑफ लव कह रही है कि खा लिया। सो उस मदर के लिए तो ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। तो बच्चों के अंदर इमोशनल चेंजेस आ रहा है। हम रिश्ते सिखाते हैं, हम हम हैप्पीनेस क्लास में जीना सिखाते हैं कि जिया कैसे जाता है परिवार में, तो वो सफलता मिल रही है.
You're making great humans, not just giving them education and behavioral changes and emotionally strong भी बन
Most
रहे हैं
important
बच्चे. So which is really really nice. और कुछ समय पहले 2019 में दिल्ली का एक स्कूल द्वारका का राजकीय प्रतिभा विद्यालय वो दिल्ली की स्कूल रैंकिंग्स में पूरे पब्लिक स्कूल्स को भी पीछे छोड़कर नंबर 1 बना था. तो आपको लगता है ये दिन दूर नहीं है कि जब लोग ऐसे फ़ोन करते हैं मिनिस्टर्स को, एमएलएस को कि हमारे बच्चे को एडमिशन दिला दो इस पब्लिक स्कूल में, उस पब्लिक स्कूल में. अब गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में एडमिशन के लिए भी लोगों के फ़ोन्स आएंगे.
आने लगे बहुत ज़्यादा आने लगे. 2015 में जब मैं सरकार में आया था तो मेरे घर पे सुबह लाइन लग जाती थी एडमिशन टाइम पे. सर बस आप तो एक फ़ोन कर देंगे ना तो एडमिशन हो जाएगा. अभी वो धीरे धीरे अब इधर आ गया है गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में. अरे सर ये तो सरकारी स्कूल है, यहाँ भी आप एडमिशन नहीं कराओगे तो कैसे चलेगा सर. अभी भारत सरकार में मैं नाम नहीं लूँगा, मतलब इट्स नॉट फेयर, नॉट फॉर हिम बट किसी और के लिए मुझे बाकायदा किसी बहुत बड़े अधिकारी ने लिख के सिफारिश भेजी है, यार इसको अपने गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में एडमिशन करा सकते हो क्या. ये सिफारिशें पहले प्राइवेट स्कूल के लिए आती थी. आई एम सो ग्लैड टू सी
We are all
those
so
letters.
glad you made education within reach for every common man. Also, how do you think this model of education can be implemented across the country?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल पॉलिटिकल विल जरूरी है. पॉलिटिकल विल जो आप कमिटमेंट बोल रहे हैं वो कि कुछ लोगों को, नॉट एवरीबडी, सबको चुनाव भी लड़ने हैं, पार्टियों में जितने भी हैं सब पार्टी भी पॉलिटिक्स भी करते रहें, बाकी सारे भी डायमेंशंस हैं गवर्नेंस के, लेकिन कुछ सीनियर लेवल के लोगों को किसी भी सरकार में लगना पड़ेगा कि अब हमें स्कूल में बेहतर करना है. और वो आर्टिफिशियल शोकेसिंग से नहीं होगा, मतलब आपको देखना पड़ेगा ग्राउंड पे जाके कि क्या हो रहा है. दिल्ली का एक भी स्कूल ऐसा नहीं है जहां मैं पिछले 6-7 साल में कम से कम 3-3, 4-4 बार जाके, और मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम 90% टाइम सरप्राइज इंस्पेक्शंस पे नहीं जा चुका हूँ. वहाँ जाता हूँ, टीचर्स से मिलता हूँ, बच्चों से मिलता हूँ, पेरेंट्स से मिलता हूँ, तो समझ में आता है. वो पॉलिटिकल विल बहुत ज़रूरी है. और पॉलिटिकल विल हो जाए तो हमारे यहाँ टीचर्स बहुत शानदार हैं, हमारे यहाँ एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स बहुत शानदार हैं, और मेरा मानना है कि सरकारों के पास में पैसे की भी कमी नहीं होती. लोग कहते हैं कि साहब छोटा स्टेट बड़ा स्टेट, लेकिन मेरा अपना एक्सपीरियंस है कि सरकारों के पास पैसे की कतई कमी नहीं होती, बस थोड़ी प्रायोरिटी देनी पड़ती है कि हमें एजुकेशन को प्रायोरिटी देनी है, वो दी जाए तो अच्छा है.
एब्सोल्युटली. और वो मॉडल आपने करके दिखा दिया है कि अगर विल है, जहाँ चाह वहाँ राह.
हो सकता है.
जी. Where do you think we see India in terms of higher education infrastructure in the coming years?
हायर एजुकेशन में इंडिया की 2 बड़ी खामियां हैं जो ठीक करनी बहुत ज़रूरी हैं. पहली तो ये कि हायर एजुकेशन हमारी लार्जली रिसर्च ओरिएंटेड नहीं है, जॉब ओरिएंटेड है. हमारा सारा फोकस, मैं विद ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट टू सच सीनियर पीपल सिटिंग हियर ऑल द अक्रॉस, मैं जब भी मैं मिनिस्टर हूँ, बहुत सारे यूनिवर्सिटीज़ मुझको बुलाती हैं, कन्वोकेशन प्रोग्राम्स में बुलाती हैं. वो हमेशा कन्वोकेशन प्रोग्राम में जब वीसीज रिपोर्ट होती है, डायरेक्टर्स रिपोर्ट होती है, 95% जो पढ़ के सुनाया जाता है उसमें ये बताया जाता है पिछले साल हमारे एक बच्चे ने 1 करोड़ का पैकेज लिया, पिछले साल हमारे एक बच्चे ने 10 करोड़ का पैकेज लिया. हम ये बिल्कुल सेलिब्रेट नहीं करते हैं कि पिछले साल हमारे एक बच्चे ने ऐसी कंपनी शुरू की जिसमें 500 लोगों की नौकरी लगी. हम ये सेलिब्रेट नहीं करते कि हमारे बच्चे ने एक ऐसी बढ़िया इंस्टीट्यूशन शुरू किया जिसने देश की इस समस्या का समाधान कर दिया. ये एक साइड है उसका. हाँ, फंडामेंटल चेंज टुवर्ड्स द अप्रोच ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन. हमने हायर एजुकेशन और स्किल एजुकेशन को मिक्स कर दिया है. दुनिया में जर्मनी से लेके, अमेरिका से लेके, यूरोपियन, इवन ऑस्ट्रेलिया, जापान के भी मैंने सब मॉडल स्टडी किए, और मैंने ये देखा कि उन्होंने बहुत शार्प डिवाइड किया हुआ है कि हमारा स्किल एंड प्रोफेशनल एजुकेशन ये है, यहाँ से हम अपने देश को स्किल और प्रोफेशन दे रहे हैं, यहाँ से हम हायर एजुकेशन और रिसर्च सेगमेंट लेके जा रहे हैं, नया करने की तरफ लेके जा रहे हैं. वो हम ब्लेंडेड मोड में हैं. उसी आईआईटी में एक बच्चा पैकेज भी पे काम कर रहा होगा, उसी आईआईटी में एक बच्चा बैठ के हाइड्रोजन कार बनाने की कोशिश भी कर रहा होगा, और दोनों में कंपटीशन है, यार मैं पैकेज की तरफ जाऊं या हाइड्रोजन कार बनाऊं. हाइड्रोजन कार बनाने के प्रयोग में फेल हूं, बनाऊं नहीं, तीसरी पीढ़ी जाके बनाएगी. तो वहां हमारा ब्लेंड फंस गया है. दूसरा मुझे लग रहा है giving the higher education institutions a fair chance to understand कि हमारे स्कूल से जो बच्चे जा रहे हैं, मतलब अक्सर हम हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन से पूछते हैं, साहब आप एम्प्लॉयबल दे रहे हो कि नहीं दे रहे, आप रिसर्चेबल दे रहे हो कि नहीं, रिसर्च माइंड्स दे रहे हो कि नहीं दे रहे, आप एम्प्लॉयबल माइंड्स दे रहे हो कि दे रहे हो, इनसे तो हम पूछते हैं, लेकिन मतलब इनके ऊपर अकाउंटेबिलिटी फिक्स करते हैं, लेकिन कभी हमें इनसे ये भी पूछना चाहिए, और काश ये हमसे पूछ लें, अब ये आके यहाँ बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन के लोग बैठे हैं, कल को मेरे से पूछ लें जी ये आपके स्कूल से जो बच्चे जा रहे हैं वो ग्रेजुएटेबल हैं कि नहीं हैं, वो 12वीं क्लास से आया निकल के, वहाँ से ही वो ग्रेजुएटेबल है कि नहीं है, जो हम इनसे चाह रहे हैं उसमें वो एंट्री पॉइंट लायक उतना कितना है। तो स्कूल लेवल पर भी क्योंकि रोट लर्निंग का प्रोडक्ट आ रहा है, 3 घंटे के एग्जाम का जजमेंट किया हुआ प्रोडक्ट आ रहा है, वहाँ एक गलती इनके साथ हो रही है कि इनको जो प्रोडक्ट दिया जा रहा है वो कुल मिला के 3 घंटे के एक एग्जाम से जज करके दे दिया जाता है, लो जी ये शार्प बच्चा है इसको ले लो। अब वो इनके हिसाब से जो हम इनसे अपेक्षा कर रहे हैं एज ए कंट्री, एज ए सोसाइटी, एज ए वर्ल्ड, वो उतना उस लेवल का ग्रेजुएटेबल है कि नहीं है, वो इनका दर्द भी तो समझे, इनको कितनी मेहनत करती है उनके साथ।
So you have been a pioneer in a lot of things you've started in the city. Also, जो ये entrepreneur curriculum है, how has the program evolved over the years?
अभी तो इसके बेसिकली 2 कंपोनेंट हैं इसमें, एक है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप माइंडसेट, जैसे हमने हैप्पीनेस का माइंडसेट करिकुलम लागू किया, मतलब एक तरफ हम कोर सब्जेक्ट्स पढ़ा रहे हैं जिनको हम कोर सब्जेक्ट कहते हैं, दूसरी तरफ हमने ये 3 नए करिकुलम लॉन्च किए हैं, इंट्रोड्यूस किए हैं, हैप्पीनेस माइंडसेट करिकुलम, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप माइंडसेट करिकुलम, सिटीजनशिप या देशभक्ति माइंडसेट करिकुलम। तो इन तीनों करिकुलम्स को हम पढ़ा रहे हैं उसमें, और EMC जो है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप माइंडसेट में हमने यही कॉल दिया है कि हर बच्चा स्कूल से निकल के जॉब सीकर बनता है, और उसका पूरा माइंडसेट जॉब सीकर है, वो 10वीं 11वीं से सोचना शुरू कर देता है मुझे जॉब करनी है, जॉब करनी है, जॉब करनी है। अब समस्या यह है कि जैसे दिल्ली का मैं आपको क्वांटम बताऊं, 2.5 लाख बच्चे मेरे साथ स्कूलों से हर साल निकलते हैं। अब ये सारे के सारे 2.5 लाख बच्चे हर साल अगर जॉब सीकर बन के निकलेंगे तो फिर जॉब प्रोवाइडर्स कहाँ से आएंगे? जॉब प्रोवाइडर आएंगे उन कंट्रीज से जहां अपने बच्चों को एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने की अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रहे हैं। फिर मेरा बच्चा सबसे बेस्ट इंस्टीट्यूट से IIM की डिग्री लेके, IIT की डिग्री लेके, और भी बहुत अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूट बैठे हैं, वो लेके जाएगा यहाँ से, और उसके बाद में उनकी बनाई हुई अमेरिका या यूरोप या ऑस्ट्रेलिया या जापान के लोगों की बनाई हुई कंपनी में काम करेगा। मेरे को पैकेज अच्छा मिलेगा, 10 करोड़ भी मिलेगा, लेकिन मेरे बनाए हुए बच्चे का हजारों करोड़ का बिजनेस प्रॉफिट उठा रही है उनकी इकोनॉमी, मेरे हिस्से में आ रही है कुल सैलरी। तो 2 वजह से कि एक तो अगर हर बच्चा बाहर निकल के केवल और केवल जॉब सीकर बनेगा तो जॉब प्रोवाइडर कहाँ से आएंगे, और दूसरा कि इकोनॉमी को अगर बूम करना है, सैलरी क्लास सोसाइटी की इकोनॉमी यहीं तक आ सकती है जहाँ तक देश की आ गई है, अगर उससे ऊपर लेके जाना है तो एंटरप्रेन्योरल इकोनॉमी बनाना पड़ेगा। बहुत शानदार चल रहा है, 11वीं और 12वीं के बच्चों को लेके हम बहुत मैं भी अंडर एस्टिमेट कर रहा था। हमने उनको 2-2 हज़ार रुपये सीड मनी दिया और कहा कि भाई छोटे छोटे स्टार्टअप्स बनाइए, बेबी स्टार्टअप्स कह सकते हो, और हम आपको मेंटोर करेंगे। और क्या क्या आइडियाज़ लेके आते हैं बच्चे उसमें, कितने शानदार आइडियाज़ लेके आते हैं, यू कांट इमेजिन। 11वीं 12वीं के बच्चे, मतलब मुझे कोई बड़ा, मतलब इसको बहुत ओवर स्टेटमेंट ना माना जाए कि आने वाले 10 में भी 5-7 साल बाद की एक बड़ी कंपनी आज हमारे सरकारी स्कूलों में तैयार हो रही है, कोई ना कोई तो तैयार होगी।
We all would pray and hope that this comes through. समय आपके पास कम है, बहुत questions हैं, लेकिन I would just like to wind up 2 things as a nation you think we are doing, and 2 changes you would like to see that we bring about in our education sector. 2 चीजें जो हम अभी कर रहे हैं, 2 which you think we should do to bring about the change.
एक मतलब हमारे देश के एम्बियंस में ही एक हार्मनी है। मेरा एक टीचर, बहुत रेस्पेक्टेड टीचर हमारे दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों का, एक अमेरिकन फेलोशिप पे गए, वहाँ उनके बच्चों ने उससे पूछा कि, अमेरिकन स्कूल के बच्चों ने उससे पूछा कि व्हाट वी कैन लर्न फ्रॉम इंडिया, एंड आई थिंक दैट इज द आंसर आई कैन रिपीट हियर, टेकिंग अ क्लू फ्रॉम हिम। उसने उनसे पूछा कि हम इंडिया के स्कूलों से क्या सीख सकते हैं। तो हमारे टीचर ने अमेरिकन स्कूल के बच्चों और टीचर्स को जवाब दिया कि हाउ नॉट टू हैव गन्स इन स्कूल्स। ये इंडिया की खूबसूरती है कि हम तमाम विरोधाभासों के बावजूद हम एक बहुत हार्मनी में रहे हैं, और ये हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम में काफ़ी हद तक रिफ्लेक्ट रहा है, और बल्कि मैं कहूँगा एजुकेशन सिस्टम की देन रहा है कि हमने कबीर भी पढ़ाया है, और हमने साइंस भी पढ़ाई है, हमने रहीम भी पढ़ाया है, और हमने मैथमेटिक्स भी पढ़ाया है। तो ये हमारी हमारी देन रही है, और हमने कबीर को अंदर तक उतारा है बच्चों के अंदर, तो वो हमारी देन रही है। आप पूछ रहे हैं कि भाई और क्या सीख सकते हैं। मुझे लगता है
क्या करना चाहिए in the education sector, I think countrywide.
We are living in a world where boundaries have lesser role now. खासतौर से एजुकेशन में नेशनल बाउंड्रीज, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव बाउंड्रीज बहुत कम रोल रखती हैं। हमें दुनिया से 4 कदम आगे चलने का सोचना चाहिए, अभी हम सोच नहीं पा रहे। उसकी वजह जैसे आज स्कूल, मतलब मुझे नहीं, मैं अकेला दिल्ली में नहीं कर सकता, पूरे देश में बात करनी पड़ेगी इसकी, और कर भी रहे हैं। आई एम श्योर नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में भी बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें हैं। जैसे आज गूगल आज के समय की सच्चाई है, और बिलीव मी, कम से कम मैं हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ बहुत, क्योंकि अलग अलग इंस्टीट्यूट अलग तरीके से चलते हैं, बट कम से कम देश के एजुकेशन सिस्टम में अभी गूगल को स्वीकार नहीं किया गया है। देश की सारी किताबें, सारा पढ़ाने का तरीका, सारा परीक्षा लेने का तरीका इस तरह का है, मान लो दुनिया में गूगल एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करता, जबकि जिस बच्चे की आप परीक्षा ले रहे हो वो थोड़े दिन बाद जाके गूगल के सहारे ही जीने वाला है। इतना रटाते हो, इतना रटाते हो, इतने नाम रटाते हो, उसको छोड़ दो यार, वो गूगल से निकाल लेगा। उसको समझाओ पहले, आप राइटली सो। देखो हिस्टोरिकली स्कूल्स के में, मतलब हायर एजुकेशन ने तो बहुत अलग अलग तरीके के काम किए। स्कूल्स का एक मेन रोल था बच्चे को इंफॉर्मेशन देना, दूसरा था सोशलाइज करना, और तीसरा था डिसिप्लिन करना। 3 बड़े रोल थे। अब इंफॉर्मेशन बच्चे को उससे कहीं ज्यादा अवेलेबल है जितनी स्कूल से है। अब स्कूल को अपना रोल चेंज कर देना चाहिए और कहना चाहिए कि वी वांट गिव यू इंफॉर्मेशन, विल टीच यू हाउ टू यूज दैट इंफॉर्मेशन, चेंज दैट सिनेरियो। वो हम चेंज नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। सेम विद द सोशलाइजेशन। पहले घर से बच्चा निकलता था माँ बाप के दायरे से, चाचा ताऊ के बच्चों के पास से, और सीधे स्कूल आता था, वहां उसको थोड़ी बहुत डाइवर्सिटी मिलती थी। आज की तारीख में सोशल मीडिया दुनिया भर के साथ बैठा हुआ है। हमारा बच्चा मेरे घर में बैठ के हुए अमेरिकन से बात कर रहा है कि जापानीज से बात कर रहा है, मेरे को पता नहीं है। वो सोशलाइज खुद हो रहा है। तो इन सोशलाइजेशन में भी हमें बस सेफगार्ड सिखाने चाहिए। अब हमें सोशलाइज, हमको ये भूल जाना चाहिए कि स्कूल सोशलाइज करने की जगह है। स्कूल तो सोशलाइज करना सिखाने की जगह है। तो अगर हम इतना कर दें तो मुझे लगता है काफी बड़ा चेंज हो जाएगा।
ले लेता हूँ, तो आप कह रहे हैं कि गूगल है तो बाकी चीज़ें छोड़ देनी चाहिए, तो मुझे वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन लग रहा है। हाउ गुड इज दैट डिपेंडेंसी?
आप जब किताबों से जाते थे तो लार्जली किताबों से भी सर्च करना थोड़ी सिखाया जाता था। सिखाया जाता था ये आपके सिलेबस की किताब है, इसमें जो लिखा है उसको सच मान लो, उतना ही है बस। फिर आप अपने पराक्रम से किसी लाइब्रेरी में जाते थे, 10 और किताबें पढ़ते थे, फिर देखते थे यार ये किताब में तो एक एंगल दिया हुआ था, 10 और एंगल है उसमें। अभी गूगल में आपको 100 और एंगल मिल जाएंगे। इसीलिए मैंने बोला कि गूगल पे डिपेंड हो या नहीं हो, आप कॉन्शियस हो इसको लेके नहीं हो, लेकिन गूगल आज के, मतलब इंटरनेट आज के समय की एक बड़ी सच्चाई है, वो आपके बच्चे के हाथ में उपलब्ध है। अब आपके पास 2 ऑप्शन है, या तो आप उसको बोलो कि गूगल पे डिपेंड मत हो, ये किताबें 10 किताबें पढ़ो और इनसे सीख लो। दूसरा है कि आप उसको सिखा दो कि ये गूगल है, और गूगल जैसी और 1000 चीजें हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन का सागर है आपके सामने, इस सागर में से सही इंफॉर्मेशन कैसे निकालनी है वो स्कूल सिखा देगा। आई थिंक second approach would work now, first approach will fail you and is failing us.
Thank you. Well said.
Thank you.
Also, we have educators across the country who here. Any parting thoughts for them?
नहीं, आप सब लोग बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं, और एजुकेशन पे तो जो भी काम कर रहा है उससे बढ़िया कोई काम ही नहीं हो सकता। तो मतलब कोई इस लेवल पे कर रहा होगा, कोई इस लेवल पे कर रहा होगा, पर जो भी एजुकेशन पे काम कर रहा है, मुझे लगता है कि देश को बनाने के लिए एजुकेशन से बढ़िया कुछ नहीं काम है। जैसे इस हॉल में बैठे हुए सब लोग जिस भी बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं, मे बी this generation of the person sitting here, or maybe उससे पहले की 2 जनरेशन, 3 जनरेशन पहले, 4 जनरेशन पहले, जब तक फैमिली में एजुकेशन नहीं थी, फैमिली में किसी एक पीढ़ी ने निर्णय लिया होगा कि यार एक ना कमरा बाद में बनवा लेंगे, पहले अपने बच्चों को पढ़ा लेते हैं। गांव में थे तो एक खेत बाद में खरीद लेंगे, पहले अपने बच्चों को पढ़ा लेते हैं। ये किसी एक पीढ़ी ने निर्णय लिया होगा और उससे अगली पीढ़ी पढ़ती चली गई। आज हमें, मुझे लगता है, एक राष्ट्र के रूप में निर्णय लेना चाहिए कि कुछ चीज़ें बाद में कर लेंगे, पहले अपने बच्चों को ठीक से पढ़ा लेते हैं, अपने हर बच्चे को ठीक से पढ़ा लेते हैं। अगर ये निर्णय हमने ले लिया, साहस का निर्णय है, इतना आसान नहीं है, पर अगर ये निर्णय ले लिया, एंड आई थिंक आप सब लोगों को, हम सब, ये मैं अपने लिए नहीं मांग रहा, अपने लिए तो किसी चुनावी भाषण में वोट मांग लूंगा, ये मैं देश के लिए बोल रहा हूँ कि सब एजुकेटर्स को इसका माहौल बनाना चाहिए कि हमने पढ़ाया नहीं तो हम कहीं नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. It has been an honor to talk to you and listen to your thoughts. Really honored.
क्या बात है सर, बहुत ही सरल, स्पष्ट, खूबसूरत शब्दों में आपने हमें समझा दिया है एजुकेशन का मतलब। कुछ बातें जो मेरे मन में हमेशा रहेंगी कि हम पैकेज, करोड़ों के पैकेज को सेलिब्रेट करते हैं और किसी नई कंपनी की शुरुआत को किसी बच्चे ने की है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को नहीं करते। क्या बात है। और बहुत ही खूबसूरती से आपने कहा कि कुछ बातें बाद में कर लेंगे, पहले अपने हर बच्चे को पढ़ा लेते हैं। सो थैंक यू सो मच टू अ रेवोल्यूशनरी इन एजुकेशन। कैन वी प्लीज गिव इट अप फॉर श्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी, Deputy CM, Delhi, thank you for being here with us, sir. And sir, अब हम यहाँ Zee Digital Edufuture Excellence Awards में आपसे विनती करेंगे, रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे to give away some awards to our winners who are eagerly looking forward. Ma'am, thank you for taking forward this wonderful conversation. Thank you, ma'am. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have here with us the presence of Shri Manish Sisodia ji to give away the season 2 of Amrita University presents Edufuture Excellence Awards, co-powered by Intel. Our Deputy Chief Minister, a revolutionary in education, has done never before done work. We all know the work that's happened at the grassroots level in government schools, government educational institutions. So moving on to our awards this evening, to celebrate the work done by educators in the room, in the hall today, who are building the future of the nation. We shall begin with our awards. Our first category of awards this evening is Exemplary Student, Academic Achievement, and Community Services. Our first award this evening, Exemplary Student, Academic Achievement, and Community Services, goes away to Hriday Arora. Can we give a big round of applause? Congratulations, Hriday, our exemplary student at Edufuture Excellence Awards. Our next category of award is Outstanding University for Promoting Industry-Academia Interface. Goes to Reva University. Congratulations, Team Reva University. Our next education award, ladies and gentlemen, is the Innovative Chancellor Award. Goes to Savita University Innovative Chancellor Award. Ma'am, may we request you to please come forward and accept the award. Pooja ma'am, thank you so much. May we request you to take your seat. Manish sir, may we request you to please stay on stage. Thank you. Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is Editor's Choice Best Private University in Eastern India. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for JIS University. Congratulations to the winner. Our next award this evening, ladies and gentlemen, is for commendable contribution in changing the education system. We have Miss Sandhya Avasthi, the awardee. Can we give a big round of applause for Miss Sandhya Avasthi for her exceptional contribution in the field of education. Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is the Government Sector Initiative in Skill Development Award. And the winner is Government Engineering College, Karnataka. Can we give a big round of applause for the winner? Congratulations, Government Engineering College, Karnataka. Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, this evening is for CSR Excellence in Education, and the award goes to Madhyanchal Professional University, Bhopal. Can we give a big round of applause for Madhyanchal Professional Ratibad, Bhopal? Congratulations to the winner. Our next award category at the Season 2 of Edufuture Excellence Awards, ladies and gentlemen, is Outstanding Leader in Higher Education. And the winner is Ballari Institute of Technology and Management, Ballari. Can we give a big round of applause for the winner? Congratulations. Our next award category is Excellence in Faculty amongst Universities. Please put your hands together for Alpine College of Management and Technology, Dehradun. Congratulations. Our next award this evening is for Top Entrepreneurship in Higher Education, and the winner is Jagan Institute of Management Studies, Rohini, Delhi. Congratulations to the winner. Our next award is for the Best Training Academy, and the winner is Singhania Education Services Limited. Congratulations, Singhania Education. Thank you so much, Manish sir, for giving away the awards. Manish sir, we have a small token जो हम आपको present करना चाहेंगे, तो मैं request करूँगी Mr. श्रीधर मिश्रा से, मनीष सर, आपको एक छोटा सा token of appreciation हमारी तरफ से, Zee Digital की तरफ से. Thank you for your presence. It's an extreme honor for all of us here at Zee Digital Edufuture Excellence Awards. Thank you, Mr. Sridhar Mishra, Chief Revenue Officer, for presenting this token of appreciation for our esteemed guest, Shri Manish Sisodia ji. Thank you, sir. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite on stage for a fireside chat that's going to be very interesting, Dr. Pratibha Ramani from Savitha University. Also, Dr. Ramani just won an award. Congratulations, ma'am. May we request you to please come back on stage. Dr. Ramani, Professor and Head, Savitha Dental College and Hospitals, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. An enthusiastic researcher, keen pathologist, and dedicated teacher. Thank you for being here with us. And Ms. Pooja Sethi, Group Editor, India.com. Ma'am, may I request you to please come forward and take the conversation ahead. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. It's a privilege to have you here with us. You've done great work in the education sector. So, Dr. Pratibha, you've dedicated your life to teaching, and life is really a cakewalk for somebody who sets such high standards for themselves. So, how do you push yourself through these worst times?
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and of course, my Savitha University. It's indeed a great honor, and as first, I always thank my gurus, my teachers, because of whom I am here today. I'm a pathologist, basically. I think I'm the out-of-the-box person here. I've been totally surrounded by people of engineering background, like how sir was telling he didn't like biology. Maths was never my cup of tea, so you understand why I am in this part of the world. And so I have studied from government dental college. So coming from that background, it was always, we needed a good platform at which we could do our passion. So for me, two passion was, one, doing the best for the patient, and second, teaching. These two are my passion. So considering that fact, at those point of time, I thought where a cancer hospital was there, attached cancer hospital with an academic setup would be the best. And the best choice that time was Savitha at that way back in 2002.
That is great, and I think the dental college is doing huge work in the field of medicine. So what was your motivation after studying medicine? What was your motivation to start teaching?
My motivation is first to serve humanity. So I have taken a branch which is not very lucrative, pathology. It's more like service-oriented. We deal with a lot of suffering, cancer patients. And two things is possible here, teaching and research. So it's an ideal field where I think people here were deliberating on teaching and research, and clinical is something different. But as far as medicine and dentistry goes, I think it can be an integrated system. Like in Savitha, I would like to say that we have integrated, since we are a medical and technical sciences with a law school and a management school, what we have been doing, or what our director has envisioned is, we have started a program where all the students are a part of a system. We have adopted 5 villages where the engineering student, a medical student, a humanities student, a dental student, everybody have a role in taking up a development of that particular area. And Savita is more of a semi-rural area. So we have taken up areas of development where, as a student, they are able to learn as a whole as how they can contribute to the society. And one more, as there were so many deliberations, I would like to say here that we do have clinics, not only dental or medical clinics, we have engineering clinics, we have law clinics. In the way that all these systems work together, like for a patent, it's an engineer and a doctor or a dentist and a management all work together. So they are given an exposure as a whole as how to either go for your research, or you want to go for a good package job, or you want to stay back as a teacher. So however it is an integrated system which we are able to do, and maybe that's why we are able to see success today.
Absolutely. And what is the philosophy behind the green healthcare that Savita has adopted?
Yeah. So Savita, again, more of national education policy we are trying to, so we have many systems. We are having the green initiative system, green healthcare. So in this, in two ways. One is totally paperless. All our treatment modalities are totally paperless. Like we have a system both in academics as well as in clinics. Everything, there is no paper involved. Everything is digitalized. The digitalized system is self-driven. It was done by the people of the university and our director, Dr. Deepak. So it was everything indigenous. So Made in India has been possible there. So no paper. And in that way, the other green initiative is we are trying to minimize the patient, we're having multiple clinics so that the patient, like they don't need to come back again and again. So the triage is established in such a way that where they have to come 5 or 6 times, it is reduced to a pack of 2 times. So in that way, in all aspects, from transportation to everything, from remote areas, people are able to reach us, and the gasoline and everything, in the process, we are doing good to the environment. So that is where we are looking at it.
Great initiative. Okay, now I'll ask you something a little personal. Being a working mother, do you think women entering the workforce nowadays are better off when you started? Is it
Of
easier
course,
for
I
them now?
am very proud to be a woman. I am super proud. And I think we overdo men in all aspects. And I think at this point of time, an Indian woman, we are able to manage both household and profession very well. And I think we all should be very proud of that fact.
Great. So you're a doctor, which is almost a 24/7 job, and you're also teaching. So what is your mantra for balancing personal and professional life?
For me, spirituality is my mantra, because I feel as reinforced by everybody, right from IIT, IIM director, our system has the best system in the world. We get the spirituality. So being a doctor, I may be an allopathic, but at the end of the day, when I come back home, my spiritual, my gurus, my teachers, they are the best guides for me, and I'm sure all Indians are driven by that fact.
This is really nice. And your journey has been really, really inspiring to all of us. And we wish you all the best. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All of our awardees, can we request you to please come back inside the hall? We shall proceed with the rest of our awards this evening. Can we request Dr. Himanshu Rai to please come forward to give away the awards, sir? Mr. Devdar Krishna to please come forward, sir, to give away the awards. Mr. Sridhar Mishra, if you are here, can I request you, CRO Zee Digital, sir, to please come forward to give away the awards? All right, outstanding university in training and placements. Please give it up for Chitkara University, Patiala, Punjab. Congratulations. Chitkara University, Patiala, Punjab. Our next award for the most promising institute for research and innovation, South, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Mar Basleos Institute of Technology and Science, Ernakulam, Kerala. Can we please have the winners on stage? Our next award is for the most promising university with international collaboration, North. Please give it up for Manipal University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Our next award is for Excellence in Faculty and Management. Can we please give it up for JC Bose University of Science and Technology, YMCA, Faridabad. Big round of applause for the winner. Congratulations to the winners. Thank you so much, Dr. Himanshu Rai. Thank you so much, Mr. Sridhar Mishra, for giving away the awards. Can we request Mr. Devdas Krishna and Mr. Arvind Prasad to come forward to give away the next set of awards, our esteemed presenters of the next award, ladies and gentlemen. Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is for the most promising faculty in management. The award goes to Jaipuria Institute of Management, Ghaziabad. Can we give a big round of applause to the winners? Congratulations. Congratulations to the winner. Our next award is for Outstanding University in Education for Global Citizenship. Please give it up for the winner, ICFI Foundation for Higher Education, Hyderabad, Telangana. Congratulations to the winner. Can we please give her a loud round of applause and keep some energy going? Congratulations. Our next award is for the E-Campus Award, and the winner is Don Bosco College of Engineering, Goa. Congratulations. Thank you so much to our presenters. Thank you. May we request our next set of presenters for the awards to come forward. Congratulations to all the winners till now. Mr. Gaurav Jain, Chief Financial Officer. Zee to please come forward, sir. Mr. Samravit Bhattacharya, National Head. Team Zee Digital, sir, can we please have you on stage? And Mr. Mushir Khan, National Strategy Head. Can we please have you on stage, sir? Our next award is for Promising Institute with Best Placements. And this goes to Indirapuram Institute of Higher Studies. Congratulations, Indirapuram Institute of Higher Studies, IIHS. Congratulations to the winner. Can we give a big round of applause, everybody? Our next award category, ladies and gentlemen, is Outstanding Engineering Institute in Entrepreneurship Development. Congratulations to our winner, Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College. Guru Nanak Dev Engineering College. Congratulations to the winner. Our next award this evening is for the most promising university for skill development, and the winner is Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, Kivale, PCMC. Congratulations to Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, ma'am. Congratulations to the winner. Can we have a big round of applause? Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is for the most promising engineering university, and the winner is Amity University. Congratulations, Team Amity University. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next award this evening is for the most emerging management university. And the winner is Chandigarh Business School of Administration. Congratulations to the winner. Congratulations to the winner. Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is for the changemakers with best environmental practices. And the winner is Kumaraguru College of Technology. Congratulations. Congratulations to the winner. Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is for the most promising institute in collaborative learning. Can we give it up for the winner, Delhi College Business School, Indore, Madhya Pradesh? Can we give it up for Delhi College, everybody? Congratulations to the winner. Our final award, ladies and gentlemen, Emerging Skill Development Award at the Season 2 of Edufuture Excellence Awards goes out to Samarthya Teachers Training Academy of Research. Can we give a big round of applause for the winner? Congratulations to the winners. Thank you to our presenters. Thank you so much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of Amrita University presents Edufuture Excellence Awards, co-powered by Intel. Congratulations to all the winners who have won today. Thank you so much for being here with us. All the awardees who've come here with us, joined us from different parts of the country. Thank you for being here with us. Dr. Manshur, I am going to request you once more to please come on stage. Thank you so much. Last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, all good things come to an end. So here's our final award for the best foreign university winner. Please give it up for University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. Can we give a big round of applause to our final winner? To our dignitaries who have joined us, thank you so much. Thank you for your gracious presence. Thank you so much to our partners for making Season 2 of the Edufuture Excellence Awards possible. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the evening. Congratulations to all the winners and change students and teachers who have won today. Please give yourselves a big round of applause for all the exemplary work that you are doing in education. We wish you all the best with your endeavors. That was Season 2 of Amrita University presents Edufuture Excellence Awards, co-powered by Intel. I'm your host, Sonam C. Chabra, and on behalf of Zee Digital, we thank each one of you for your presence. Thank you and namaskar.
Hello, hello.
Sales team, please get on the stage, please. For a photo, for a group photograph. Sales team on the stage, please.
Check, check.
Jip.
Ladies and gentlemen, all the winners, congratulations. Maybe School West winner, SVKM's NMIMS School of Business Management, Mumbai. ऐसे नहीं, हाँ, with a big round of applause, everybody. Can we have our photography team here, please?